Hello guys, here with a new video for the channel. I hope you like it, and if you like it, don't forget to leave your powerful like Supreme God level, comment, and subscribe. Now without further ado, get comfortable. Let's begin.
Like all beings in this world, kings, angels, gods, and mortals, they all fear a superior being. All of us can be betrayed by someone. However, when the betrayal is from someone close to us is when it hurts the most. And even the most quiet may have a desire to kill. Everything would start after Goku and Vegeta returned from defeating Black Goku. In the future of Trunks, everything was calm. Goku opened a portal to train with Whis. However, on planet Earth, all those who claimed to be friends of Goku would be thinking of ways of how to get rid of him. Bulma would say,
I can't stand Goku anymore. Because of him, Trunks' future was erased by Zeno Sama.
To which Krillin would say,
Since Goku arrived on Earth, every time a villain appears, I die. I hope one day he will die and be left with no one.
To which Gohan would also get into the conversation saying,
I know he's my father, however, he was never there when I needed him most. What matters most to him is his stupid training.
To which everyone decided to finish off Son Goku. However, in the Palace of Everything, Daishinkin would be wondering,
Mr. Goku, how can a Saiyan have so much power? Is he the Super Saiyan legendary god?
Out of his thoughts, he would say,
I'll wait a while longer. I'll let Goku's friends betray him, and I'll give a little more power to those Saiyans. If Goku manages to defeat them, my doubts will be resolved.
To which Daishinkin would begin with his evil plan. On the other hand, on Beerus' planet, Goku would continue training, to which Whis would say,
Mr. Goku, you have progressed a lot in this time. I feel that you are already at 100% of Beerus' power, and you could even defeat him if you use the Kaioken.
Goku, happy with his results, would return to planet Earth. Since he felt all the keys of his friends gathered, Goku would arrive at Capsule Cores, greeting them with his typical smile. However, no one answered him, to which Goku would say again, Hello, friends. Is something bad happening? A new villain appeared? To which an irritated Bulma would tell him,
No, Goku, the only villain here is you. Go away. I wish you had never been born.
And she would slap him. Bulma would have hit Goku before, but this one was different. He felt all the hatred and resentment that she had. Milk would say,
You were never a good husband to her, so die.
To which she would say,
Children, kill Goku.
Gohan and Goten would go to Super Saiyan Blue, leaving Goku amazed that he felt an immense power coming out of them, to which he felt an even greater power, being nothing more than Vegeta. All the other warriors would Everyone would celebrate that victory, but what they did not know was that for them, it was the beginning of the end. The angel Margarita, upon witnessing the death of Son Goku, would say,
So one cannot trust even their loved ones.
To which the angel Margarita would remember that the great priest would have informed of a tournament of power, to which she would come up with an idea. Margarita would go to the other world because she's an angel, she could do it without any problem. She found the soul of Goku that would be a little disconcerted. Margarita would say,
Son Goku.
Goku would return to see her with eyes that did not express the slightest feeling for her. Margarita would say,
I am the angel Margarita from Universe 11. I just saw everything that happened on planet Earth, and I come to offer you a new beginning. What do you say? Would you accept being a part of our universe?
To which Goku would say,
You really want this monster in your universe? Everywhere I go, I end up destroying it.
Margarita would deny everything said by the Saiyan, saying,
You are the noblest and bravest being I've ever met. Come to my universe and become much more powerful.
Goku would accept, to which the angel Margarita would bring him back to life, omitting much of her memories. Goku and Margarita would arrive at Vermod's planet, to which Goku would formally introduce himself, since at the time he revived, Margarita gave him all the knowledge about the universes and the king of everything. To which Vermod would say,
Margarita, who in the hell is this guy?
To which she would say,
this is the most talented mortal in all the universes, and will be able to surpass Jiren.
To which Vermod would laugh, saying,
That's impossible! Not even to start a great battle. Two warriors who surpass the gods will be about to face each other.
To which Goku, with a serious look, would say,
So, you are the most powerful mortal of all the universes? Well, I think that's changed from now on.
Meanwhile, Jiren confidently would tell her,
Do not believe the big-haired Saiyan. I have crushed thousands of your race.
where both would begin to exchange blows that would make everything around them rumble. Meanwhile, in the palace of the King of Everything, Daishinken was thinking about how to be the ruler of all. To which he would say,
If I really want to be the ruler of everything, I must also have the power from home to family, of the demons of the Forbidden Family.
Returning to the battlefield, no one would have given a precise blow. However, Goku would tell him,
For the warm-up, that was good. However, now you will see the power of a true Saiyan!
Goku would move on to the perfect Ultra Instinct, where he would start slaughtering Jiren. Toppo would be shocked as he had never seen someone beat Jiren up like that. After a few moments in which Jiren was brutally beaten, he would get up and raise all his power, where he would start again with a great battle that would make the entire Universe 11 rumble. On the other hand, in Universe 7, Beerus and Whis would be talking about the sudden change that Goku's friends would have had, where Whis would begin to investigate, not reaching any conclusion. Meanwhile, with the fight between these two great warriors, it would be at its best, where Jiren would furiously say,
Damn, since you have so much power, what the hell are you? You're not a normal Saiyan.
Where Goku, with a face cold and without any expression, would say,
I am the mortal who rises above everything, and you will be my shadow.
There, Goku, with a powerful Kamehameha, would leave him out of combat. Vermod would be surprised as Son Goku was able to defeat Jiren. The angel Margarita, who was the most powerful of all her brothers, would know that Son Goku was someone special and would begin to investigate. Meanwhile, the great priest felt that monstrous power because the Kamehameha exceeded the power of Margarita's barrier, where he would say,
Son Goku is alive, and apparently he's in a Universe 11.
Daishinken would open a portal quickly reaching Universe 11, where he would talk to Margarita about Son Goku. After the conversation, he would return. However, Margarita had noticed bad intentions in her father, to which she would continue training Goku. Margarita later could not continue with this intrigue and gathered the Super Dragon Balls, asking the god Zarama about Son Goku, in which he trembling would say,
Perhaps it is the legendary Golden Saiyan, the one who from the lowest mortal territory reaches the territory highest, surpassing all king. That subject will be the savior of this megaverse. However, before the High Priest Daishinken awakens his true power, he wants to devour all his power.
Margarita would be shocked by what she heard. At that, the god Zarama would end up telling her,
Only you can save this megaverse, or see it plunged into annihilation.
The spheres would disappear, in which she would return to Universe 11. Sometime later, Goku would have already raised his power, surpassing Margarita. However, he was still below the Great Priest. Observing that Son Goku would be raising his power so disproportionately, he would say,
It would be better for me to absorb that damn Saiyan's power before it becomes a nuisance.
Daishinken would arrive where Goku and Margarita were training, and without warning, would open 3 strong blows to vital points, leaving Goku on the verge of death. Margarita knew the intention of the Great Priest, and with a quick movement would send Goku to a dimension where she would say,
No one has managed to get out of that dimension, but I know that you, Goku, will find a way to do it and save this entire multiverse.
Goku would enter said portal, and annoyed Daishinken would tell her,
No! What have you done, stupid? The trigger of my power is gone!
where Daishinken would send the angel Margarita to a dimension where she could not get out. Returning with Son Goku, he would be wandering through different dimensions of the universes, and from one moment to another, he would suddenly fall into a place where gravity was millions of times more than he was used to. However, a beautiful woman would appear on stage, seeing the Saiyan in those deplorable conditions, and she would say,
He's a mere mortal. I shouldn't be interested.
she would charge an attack where Goku, with the few forces he had left,
Goku would have passed to the maximum power egoistic doctrine and would have taken that goddess with low guard, giving her a powerful blow that would make her crash on the ground, to which she would come out without any scratch and say,
So, the Saiyans have evolved a lot since the last time I saw them. Or maybe not.
only this Saiyan is the exception. He has an amazing hidden power. However, this would raise his power to 45%, and with a few strikes it would leave him lying on the ground. Then this would heal all his wounds. After a time, he would wake up very disturbed.
What the hell are you doing here? Why are you helping me? Did you not want to kill me?
In what that goddess with a smile would say.
I am a goddess. Well, I'm half a goddess, half demon. My name is Nian, and I was banished here millions of years ago by Daishin Khan. I apologize for trying to kill you.
Goku, hearing that girl's words were sincere, this he would accept, and he would begin to tell her everything he knew, in which Nian would say,
If Daishin Khan wants something from you, you are special.
and she would also say,
Millions of years ago, I heard the legend of a legendary Saiyan. I don't know what he is like or if he will be real. And if it becomes real, you are the only one who could reach such a level.
to which Goku would be surprised, since he didn't know he was a legend. Coming back out of the dimension, Daishin Khan would be looking for a way to try to enter this dimension, where he would say,
It is impossible. No one would be able to leave that place. On the other hand, the Universe 11 would have disappeared from existence itself.
Returning to the empty dimension, Goku and Nyan would have been training to break their limits, although the most outstanding was Saiyan Son Goku. After a time of training, Nyan would tell him,
I want us to have a combat again to see how much you've progressed.
to which Goku would accept, where both would start with a combat, to which Goku would pass to the Ultra Instinct maximum power, and with that power would make the goddess Nyan use 70% of all her power, and that was a bestiality, since Nyan would be very close to the level of the Great Priest, and this could be sealed thanks to Zeno Sama. They would continue to exchange blows for a few minutes more. However, Nyan would say,
Stop. It's correct you have improved. A lot. However, you still have a lack of power, and even I also have a lack of power. We are both still not able to break the seal of this dimension and be able to escape.
After a time, Goku would have a dream in which the goddess Nyan and Daisy were brutally killed by Daishin Khan. Goku would begin to raise his power in an amazing way and got into a new transformation, which surpassed the power of Nyan with ease. Would make the dimension itself shake with such immense power. Goku would open his eyes where these were purple, as well as all his hair, leaving the goddess Nyan surprised by his new appearance, which intimidated any warrior. A little nervous, Nyan would tell him,
Goku, please, calm down. You are altering all dimensions.
However, from one moment to another, he would fall unconscious. His body would not support all that immense power. The goddess Nyan would take the Saiyan to a bed so that he could recover. After a time, Goku would gain knowledge.
What just happened? I don't remember anything.
Where the goddess Nyan would begin to tell him everything that happened. Surprised, Goku would tell her,
Did I really reach a new transformation, and in this phase I'm even more powerful than Daishinkan himself?
Where the goddess Nyan would affirm everything said by the Saiyan. Coming back out of the dimension of the void, with Daishinkan, he was thinking how to unleash his revolution, where he would say,
If I absorb the Saiyan of Universe 7, Vegeta, my power, it would increase. However, I don't think it's enough for those damned.
On the other part on planet Earth, Saiyan Vegito was found. He knew that something was not right. He started training in the time room to try to increase more of his power. Meanwhile, on Bill's planet, Bills would keep thinking about such an event, where he would call on Whis saying,
Whis, something doesn't fit me. Goku's friends would never have betrayed him. Something happened. And also, Vegeta. I would not have the power to defeat him.
To Whis would say,
I totally agree with you, Bill Sama. Something is not right.
However, in a very faraway place in the universe, there was a goddess called Toa, who would say,
Yes, my perception, it doesn't fail me. I'm sure that the key I felt a time ago is the key of the legendary God Saiyan. So, after so long, you really reincarnated, you damn Saiyan?
However, it would return to observe a capsule saying to itself,
You will be my victory card.
Returning to the dimension of the void, Goku and Nyan were training, and they would be getting stronger, to which Goku would say,
Nyan, I can't achieve that transformation.
However, Nyan would tell him,
I really don't know what happened to you. You only got filled with an immense anger. So try to remember that moment and try to reach this transformation.
Where Goku would begin to raise his power in an amazing way. That's right. Goku, due to an increase in all his wrath. With that, he can achieve and have an even better transformation, where he would name it the Super Saiyan Phase 3 Purple. The power that he gave off was terrifying. After a few months, he could access said transformation at will. However, he didn't use it so much, because the waste of energy was brutal. Going back to the Kingdom of All, Daishinkan was desperate, since he couldn't support receiving orders from the damned dwarf of Zeno Sama, where he would start with his evil plan, absorbing the most powerful warriors of all universes. Warriors were included such as Jiren, Hit, Vegeta, among other beings of great power. Daishinkan was prepared to face the great Zeno Sama. However, he would say,
No, I should train a little more, since the dwarf is always accompanied by his two guardians.
They will be worthy rivals. Daishinkan, with all his new power, would create a dimension where he would begin to train. Coming back with Goku and the goddess Nyan, they would be having a bad feeling of all of this, where Goku would tell her,
I don't know why I feel that everything is about to come to total annihilation.
However, Nyan would tell him,
I don't know why I feel so anguished. Apparently, out of this dimension, something terrible is about to happen.
Where Goku, with a cold eye, would say,
We must become much more powerful, as fast as possible, to be able to break this damn seal and go help our friends.
It should be clarified that Goku would only pass transformed into the purple Super Saiyan to control better the waste of energy. After a time, Daishinkan felt prepared to face the King of All and his guardians. From a moment to another, he sent one of his guardians to fly, where the other put quickly in a combat pose and would say, What is happening to you, Dai? Did you hit your head or something? Where Daishinkan, with anger, would say,
No, damn wars. I just realized the stupid king of everything is a child who doesn't know how to control the universes. So from now on, I will be the one who dominates them.
For a moment to another, a great battle started, in which it seemed equal and both gave some good beats. However, from one moment to another, the other guardian would arrive, giving them a little advantage. Zeno Sama would say,
Stop everything, because fighting in this place is not recommended. Because if there was a powerful rumble, the 4 knights of the Underworld could awaken from their long sleep, and neither you nor I united could face them in any way.
where Daishinkan, confident of his power, would say,
I never knew that there were subjects like this, but if these subjects appear, I will exterminate them with all my power.
Where Zeno Sama, with the help of his immense power, he could create a dimension where the battle would continue. After a few moments, Daishinkan would begin to take the advantage, where Zeno Sama would say to his guardians telepathically,
Give Daishinkan a good hit that sends him flying hundreds of meters, and at that moment merge with me, only so we will be able to defeat him.
Where, with an amazing coordination, they would send Daishinkan flying, where these proceeded to merge with Zeno Sama. A great light illuminated the place, where a new subject would come out, which would leave Daishinkan amazed due to the energy that it would give off, where Daishinkan would ask,
Who the hell are you?
He would say, I am the true king of all. Now I am with all my power to the maximum. The guardians are not more than parts of my power. But if the three of us unite from the true king of all, 25% to each of my guardians and 50% I keep. Without prior notice, this began to give him a shraplet of blows, and they began to exchange blows. However, Zeno Sama started to give some very good blows to Daishinkan, and he would already be very hurt. Nevertheless, with a laughter, he would say,
Your power is really supreme. Now you have to call yourself king of all. If I had not trained, now I would be trembling with fear. However, your power and mine are similar.
Daishinkan would raise his power in an amazing way, where said dimension cannot support so much power, destroying planets and galaxies. Zeno Sama would be amazed. However, Daishinkan at 100% of his power gave him a strong hit that would send him to fly. On the other part, all the gods of destruction felt their universes were being destroyed little by little, where Bills, being the most powerful god of the 12, would summon all the gods, saying to them, A few months ago, the great priest has behaved in a strange way, and we, the gods, would be amazed. At this moment, Zeno Sama and Daishinkan are fighting, and if we do not do anything to help Zeno Sama, we will be the next on his list.
That's right, brothers and gods. However, Mr. Bills has an idea, which is that all gods and angels merge around 48 hours.
Where everyone would be doubting to do it, because facing the great priest is like choosing death. While in a very faraway place, the Toa demon would say,
Everything is going just as I planned it. Daishinkan and Zeno Sama will die, freeing the 4 knights from the underworld. Finally, I will see you again, Father.
Returning with Goku and Yan, they would continue training, and even within that dimension, some surprising key would arrive, to which Nyan would say,
Damn, the prophecy is being fulfilled. The Supreme Angel and the King of All would start a great war, freeing 7 warriors of immense power, overcoming kings of all with such bestial power.
The goddess Neen would be a little nervous because the prophecy that she feared so apparently was coming true. Coming back with the destructor gods and angels, they would say, We will do everything for this multiverse, and if we die, we will be remembered. Everyone would be ready to carry out the fusion, and from one moment to another, an imposing warrior appeared. With from one moment to the other, changed the place to where such an intense battle was being taken. Daishinkan and Zeno Sama stopped their battle when observing that a new warrior appeared and his power did not lose against theirs. Where Zeno Sama, already wounded and tired, would say, Who are you? Are you a new ally or a new enemy? And he would say, I am an Archangel, and I am here to help you, great Zeno Sama. I am the union of all, the guardian angels and destructor gods, where the 3 warriors would be put in battle pose. the three would be ready to start the battle through the multiverse, where Daishenkin, with a smile, would say, "So everyone unites against me. Nobody can. They cannot with the supreme power of the great Daishenkin." Where the three subjects would start with a great battle. However, despite being 2 against 1, Daishenkin would continue to have the advantage, where he would charge a great attack, causing both to get very injured. On the other part, the Demon Tawa was desperate, since there was no attack of enough power, which he can destroy the seal that keeps his father locked up. Meanwhile, in the Void Dimension, Goku had already 100% mastered his new transformation, where the goddess Nin would say to him, "I've been researching, and I have realized that the Saiyans with tail, they have much more power." Where Goku would say, a little confused, "I understand that the state of Oozaru multiplies your power 10 times, while Super Saiyan multiplies it 50 times. Nin would explain everything to him. Her being a supreme goddess could make her tail grow without any problem. Goku would observe a moon created by the goddess. Goku would begin with his transformation. After a few moments, Goku would be in the Oozaru phase, but something that characterized him was that his fur was purple and he would be destroying everything around him. Nin would try to calm him, where she would say, "Goku, you once told me you would protect me, and now you're about to kill me." Goku started to come to reason, reaching the Super Saiyan Phase 4 purple, in which Nin would be surprised by so much power. That makes her shake. Meanwhile, out from the dimension of the void, the warriors would continue with the great battle, where a great attack near the Palace of Everything, the seal was cracked. One of the 4 knights from the underworld could exit. The knight that opened was Rene. The 3 warriors felt an immense power Zeno Sama feared would say, "Oh no, the seal's been broken! You're Rene, one of the 4 knights of the underworld." To which he would say, "Oh, so long time no see you, Zeno Sama. I suppose millions of years have passed since the last time. I can see that they are in a fight, so I will join." Rene, from one moment to another, gave a few blows to each of them, in which they would be very injured. The 3 warriors would make a momentary truce that, even with their combined powers, they were no rival for this being. On the other part of Tawa Demon would say, "That key is one of the 4 knights of the underworld. If I'm not wrong, he's Rene. Then he would take care of all of them and free my father, thus starting the apocalypse." While in the Void Dimension, Goku already mastered his new transformation, even though he preferred to be in Phase 3 of the Purple Super Saiyan, since Phase 4 would only be used with a true opponent. Goku and Nin would be ready to leave that dimension, where Goku would increase his power to Phase 3 in a brutal way, creating various dimensional portals, entering where they felt the power of Zeno Sama when they arrived. They would observe a universe here where Goku would say, "Far away from here I feel 4 great powers. 3 of them are decreasing quickly," where he would take Nin and teleport, arriving at the battlefield. At the moment of arriving, Nin would be surprised because he recognized Rene. He would say, "Nin, long time without seeing you, traitor demon. You joined the clan of the goddesses, and with the seal of darkness you enclosed us. Now you will pay with your death for that betrayal." Rene, at his maximum speed that nobody was able to see except of Goku, he would give a strong blow. However, Goku would give his fist stopped and say, "Calm down, friend. Now your opponent is me." Furious, Rene would say, "Damn Saiyan, don't mess in my business if you don't want to die." Nevertheless, confident Goku would say to him, "Here, the only one who would die would be you." where Goku of a strong blow would make him back down. Both would start with a great battle where a clear winner was observed. Meanwhile, Nin would heal everyone present, including Daishinken. After a time, both warriors appeared, to which Rinai would say, "You have a great Saiyan power. However, you allowed me to touch you on several occasions." Nin would shout, "No, Goku! Rinai will use his most powerful technique!" Where Rinai shouts, "Die, damn Saiyan, devourer of gods!" This technique consists of destroying the body of the adversary from the inside, and then a strong explosion is observed in the universe, where the Archangel would be surprised, where he would say, "That is Goku." It should be clarified that the god who dominated the fusion was Bills, because he was the most powerful god. However, Rinai would start laughing. However, when the smoke dissipated, Goku would come out seriously saying, "You're not more than a poor insect. The only thing you did is raise the dust. Look, learn how you should attack." Where Goku would raise his hand saying, "Punishment of gods," where that attack would collide with Rinai, beginning to reduce him to atoms. However, Goku would return to observe Daishinken with a cold eye, saying to him, "You damn priest, now you'll pay for what you did to me." Goku would yell, "Receive this! Attack of the Dragon God!" An immense dragon came out of Goku's fist, not leaving Daishinken's ashes. Everyone would be celebrating the Saiyan's victory, while Toa would say, "It is impossible that a common Saiyan has killed a knight of the underworld." However, this would have no more option than waiting for another knight to be able to exit the seal. Coming back with the others, Zeno Sama would be defused, where he would say to Goku, "If it hadn't been for your help, this entire universe would have seen total annihilation. Thank you very much, Son Goku." Everyone would be about to leave, and from one moment to another, a power was felt, which even exceeded by tens of times the power of Rinai. That's right, another knight of the underworld, and his name was Hydra. That subject would say, "I feel that Rinai's presence disappeared here, so one of you should have killed him." Where Goku would step forward saying, "Yes is here, where your friend died, just like you will." That subject would laugh and say, "Now with the death of Rinai, his power will be mine." Hydra would raise his power in an incredible way. However, Goku, confident, would say, "No matter the power of how many warriors you absorb, the same, you will not be a rival for me." Both warriors would start the battle. Everyone present would be surprised, and they could not even move due to the pressure they exercised, where Nin would say, "Seriously, this is a battle. I'm not even able to see anything," and the same happened with Zeno Sama and his guardians. Everyone depended on Goku winning with that fight. While they exchanged blows, Hydra would say to him, "I see that you have a great Saiyan level of by chance. You would not like to be part of the Knights of the Underworld." Where Goku would refuse the offer, saying to him, "I'm bored of this fight. You don't make me use all my power." Where Hydra, surprised at what he said, would attack Goku. However, he would stop his power with a single hand, saying to him, "I see that you have the power to destroy universes and galaxies, but not a simple Saiyan." Goku would give him a strong blow that would make Hydra fly through space, and Goku would load a powerful Kamehameha. The goddess Tawa would be in shock to feel how the power of Hydra would be disappeared after a time. Goku and Nin would go to a planet where they would start training. Meanwhile, the last two Knights of the Underworld already opened out of the seal, where Tawa's father, named Akio, would go to ask Tawa about Hydra and Rinai, to what she would say, "A subject with an amazing power defeated them," where both knights would be surprised, and they would begin to train with Tawa. To increase their powers, what they didn't know was that within said seal there were 3 subjects, more than one power even bigger. They would have been locked up by the previous king of all, and these took longer to leave due to their power. Coming back with Goku and Nin, they would say, "The universe has been quiet lately. There's no fun. However, from one moment to another, this universe fell unconscious, where she would have a premonition, which was that the entire universe involved in chaos, and she would also observe how Goku and she were defeated by that subject. Goku would be surprised because until now all Nin's premonitions were correct. Nin, without hesitating, would create a dimension to become much stronger and be able to overcome his limits. Coming back with Tawa and the two knights, they finished his training, beginning to cause havoc through the universe. However, nobody appeared because Goku and Nin were in another dimension. So Zeno Sama's guards and Zeno Sama himself confronted him, where both gentlemen would begin to laugh, saying, "Zeno Sama, how do you think you can defeat us? Did you forget who we are?" Where a quick moment would leave him lying on the ground very wounded, and the Guardians could not even move. After a time, Goku and Nin would leave the room of time, where they would feel such monstrous powers that they even made all the multiverse shake. Where Goku would say, "Nin, whose are those powers? They even feel up to this place." Where Nin would say, "Apparently they're the last two knights of the Underworld." Goku would hold Nin and use teleportation. When Goku arrived at the battlefield, he was filled with anger, observing his friend Z-chan very injured and most of the universes destroyed. Minutes before Goku and Nin arrived, the king of the Underworld and Towa's father, called Akio, would say, "Stop playing with those insects and kill them for once and for all." And where the subject started to massacre those present, where Zeno Sama and his guardians were completely defeated, and with a strong attack destroyed most of the universes. And a flashback, Goku with anger would say, "I don't care if you're the one of the Knights of the Underworld. I'll exterminate you for having destroyed the universes of which I'm the protector." Goku would be exploding with anger. With a supreme speed, he would have given him a few blows and have thrown him a powerful punisher of gods that would eliminate him in a few minutes. The king of the Underworld, called Akio, would be in shock, just like Towa, since he did not know that a warrior like that existed. From one moment to another, Akio would say to him, "Wait a minute, are you the legendary Saiyan god? This is not possible. It's not possible." It was said that his fur was golden, and he would wake up when evil is about to end everything in this world, where Akio would raise his power to the maximum to try to face the Saiyan. Nevertheless, he had no chance against him, who would be burst with anger, to which Goku would say, "I don't know if I'm the legendary Saiyan god, but the only thing I know is that if someone messes with the universe that I protect, I do not forgive him." And with a powerful blow, he would cross through the king of the Underworld. Towa would be trembling with fear when witnessing the power of the Saiyan, when Nin would approach and say to him, "Towa, you've done yours. I will lock you in absolute darkness," where Towa would say, "I should not end like this. I should be the ruler of all. I will come back with much more power and I will get revenge on you, damn." Nin would execute his attack, sent Towa to a dimension where it was impossible to leave. Nin would start to heal Zeno Sama and his guardians, since these would be alive. Meanwhile, Goku would find themselves thinking about the words that subjects say. The golden Oozaru would appear when the universe sees involved to be totally annihilation. At that moment, he would also remember that Nier and him would be defeated too. Goku would ask Zeno Sama if he didn't know any method that could raise his powers, because he had a bad feeling. When Zeno Sama would say, "In my place, there is a special room which makes you see all your battles and makes you overcome all your fears. And if you overcome your greatest fears, you will reach the supreme level. Until now, only one warrior has been able to enter that room and come out alive." Nin and Goku would be surprised at what Goku would say. "Who is that warrior?" And Zeno Sama would seriously tell them, "His name is Karobi, the half-angel Saiyan." Both were surprised and would say, "Where is him?" To which Zeno Sama, shaking his head, would say, "I don't know where Karobi is." However, Goku was much more enthusiastic than ever. He wanted to train knowing that a warrior had survived. that would be about to leave with Zeno Sama and his guardians. However, Nin would hold Goku's arm, and with tears, she would say to him, "No, Goku, it's very dangerous. We'll try another way, in which we can increase our powers." Goku would hold Nin and say, "Don't worry, Nin. I'm sure I'll come back for you. So trust me. Everyone will march," where Goku would be in front of a great door of light, and he would went into that place. At that moment that Goku entered and the door disappeared, without previous advised, they would have hit him infinite times, where he would be on guard saying, "Who the hell are you?" Where a voice saying to him, "Don't you remember me, Kakarot? I am the Prince of the Saiyans." Goku, when observing him, his head would begin to hurt, where both would start with a fierce combat. However, while the battle extended, more opponents arrived like Cell, Frieza, amongst other old enemies. After a time, Goku would already be very injured and on the verge of death, where he would remember the words said by Zeno Sama, "It's not real. The only thing you must do is be able to control everyone your fears." Where a very wounded Goku would concentrate, and from one moment to another, all the warriors in front of them would have disappeared, and a new door opened, where Goku would feel an immense power coming from it, where a voice would come out of the door saying, "Many warriors have come here in search of being able to dominate all the universes, but you are different. I see that you want the power to protect the multiverse and all your loved ones. You are worthy to have the power that goes beyond any existence." Meanwhile, out of that place, a month would have already passed, where Nin would be worried, just like Zeno Sama and the Guardians. They would be worried since they did not know why Son Goku had not returned yet. However, Nin would try to enter, but it was impossible. Nin would tell Zeno Sama and the Guardians to notify him of any situation. She would leave back to her planet. Meanwhile, coming back to Goku, he was in the phase of Super Saiyan 4 Purple, although little by little his fur would be turning a golden color, which was imposing authority. At the moment that Goku reached 100% of all his power, he would leave the room, where at the moment of leaving, everyone would be surprised by the power they felt. Nin, that he was on his planet, she went quickly. At the palace of the king of everything, finding a totally different Goku, Nin would run to hug him, and this would correspond to the hug. After a few moments, a strong tremor made the palace of everything shake, where Zeno Sama, frightened, would say, "What? How are you here? I had not seen you millions of years ago." Where a subject would appear saying, "So long, no see you, Zeno Sama. I see you have made new friends," where Goku, feeling a great power coming from that subject, would say, "Who are you and what are you looking here?" That subject with a smile would say, "I am Kurobi, the semi-angel Saiyan, and I could feel an overwhelming power, which is able to make me use a little of my power. So I came as fast as possible. So, you are the second warrior to get out of alive from that place. Then are you ready for battle?" Kurobi, without previous warning, launched at a supreme speed that nobody was able to observe, and in an instant, this gave him 54 blows, leaving him lying on the ground. However, Kurobi would seriously tell him, "So you are skillful. You can move a little, so that I can't hit you in your vital parts." However, Goku would stand up and he would say, "Do not think I'm so easy to defeat, so admire my power." Goku raised his power, and at an impressive speed he would go on to attack, where both warriors would be exchanging blows. However, Kurobi would be having the advantage, having a lot more experience than Son Goku. He dominated his power much better after an exchange of blows. Both would stop, and with a challenging look they would say, "You are the strongest rival I have ever faced." Both would remain as rivals when everything would be peace and tranquility for a short time. However, a subject that even much more power than all would be about to awaken to bring annihilation to all the universes. However, after a time, Goku and Nin would be on their planet where they trained from time to time. On the other planet in the Kingdom of Everything, something strange would happen because everything would start to shake. However, Zeno Sama and his guardians did not feel any ki since the power that was overflowing from that other dimension. However, from one instant to another, the seal was completely destroyed, where a subject would appear in the Palace of Everything. However, the guardians of Zeno Sama would say, "Who the hell are you? Do you want to be erased by the King of Nothing?" Where the subject would smile and say, "If you answer me, I will not kill you. I'm looking for the legendary God Saiyan, or better known as the Golden Oozaru." All those who were in the Kingdom of Everything would be amazed, where that subject would raise his power and asking again Zeno Sama and with Goku saying, "Goku is an extremely powerful subject is looking for you. Help us please, Goku, quickly." He would transport to Zeno Sama Palace, giving that subject a big blow, and he would use teletransportation again, taking them to his planet with Nin. Nevertheless, this would return quickly and both would be observing each other. With Goku, a more serious look would say, "Who are you?" Where that subject would say, "I am the one of the most powerful beings. Although above me there are 6 beings that are known as the Supreme Archangels. They have no rival, and they gave me the mission to exterminate the Golden Oozaru before his true power awakens. I am Mira the Destroyer." Goku would be a little surprised. He would tell him with a smile, "Do you really think you can defeat me?" To which Goku in a millisecond gave Mira a strong blow. However, Mira was able to observe the attack. However, his body was slow, where Mira, furious, he would get up and say, "Damn monkey, you think you're smart?" Where both warriors would begin with a great battle. Meanwhile, on Nin's planet, this would have made everyone recover. Nin would ask them for an explanation, to which Zeno Sama would tell her everything happened with that warrior, where she would be a little surprised, and in a few moments, even in Nin's planet, strong exhortations from Ki arrived, where everyone would be surprised returning to the battlefield. The two warriors were equal. However, Mira would launch a great energy attack, to which Goku, with a strong kick, he derails them, and Mira, a little surprised, would say, "How the hell do you have so much power?" Meanwhile, in a place far away from the Palace of Everything, Kurobi was found who felt those great powers, where he would say, "Son Goku is fighting against someone else. The power of the subject does not lose against Goku's." Meanwhile, with both warriors, they have received very good hitting. However, Mira confident would say, "Oh, I see that we have the same strength. However, I'm only using 50% of all my power. You have no chance against me." Confident Goku would say to him, "Have I showed you my power? You have only been fighting with 15% of all my power." Mira, surprised and scared, would say, "No, it cannot be possible. You're lying. It's not possible that you have so much power. I'll keep all your power. Gods devour." Mira, at the moment that he started absorbing Goku's power, he felt his body exploded. It was excessive power, where Mira, with that little power that he had stolen, he would launch an attack. However, Goku would leave games, increasing his majestic power a little more to 35%, where with a few blows he would leave him down on the ground and very badly wounded. To which Goku would say, "I have no wish to kill you, but if I found out that you're causing trouble for this multiverse, I'll have no mercy on you." Goku would throw a ki sphere at him that would launch him thousands of kilometers through space. However, Mira would stay alive. In the meantime, very far from that place, in a floating castle where gravity made you fall and even die, there was a subject who would say, "Mira was defeated. So the Oozaru has come back stronger than ever. But apparently it's not even half of its true power yet. But it didn't become a burden for my plans. This annoying Saiyan may become a burden for my plans. I can't let this happen." Meanwhile, returning to the empty dimension, Towa was investigating in his crosshair, where with the help of a spell, he would make 2 powerful warriors come to his rescue. Meanwhile on Earth, Vegeta and Broly were fighting, even though from one moment to another both warriors began to be filled with a dark energy, and from a strong scream their hairs would have to change to gray from one moment to another. both would go out into space at a specific point and raised all their power, being able to open a portal that allowed to exit to Towa. A new demon has appeared. With one of his techniques, he would appear in front of him. None of the three could breathe, where the subject made an energy field so the gravity would not affect them. "Who are you?" She would be trembling with fear. "I am one of the most powerful beings in this megaverse. My name is Kronos, and I brought you to this place because I want you to tell me about the fight with the Saiyans." Towa started to say everything that happened with Son Goku. "That damn Saiyan beat us like we were trash. I'll never forget that purple fur." Purple fur? Towa would affirm what Kronos said. Kronos would make appear a crystal ball where he could see Son Goku, but with golden fur. "It's him. The only thing that changes is his fur, which is now gold." Towa remembered the legendary Saiyan god of an imposing golden fur. "So you really are your golden Oozaru." Meanwhile, returning to Nin's planet, Goku would arrive and Nin would run to hug him. "Are you well, my Goku? Did nothing happen to you?" Goku would nod and begin to tell everything that happened. "I listened to a legend that in the past there was a golden Oozaru with the power to eliminate the 12 supreme Archangels. It was a story that my father, subject I eliminated a few moments ago. No problem. The only thing I have to create is a barrier, so that is not able to absorb my ki, and I also have to see if the other subjects absorb powers." Goku would begin to meditate to recover the power that said subject stole from him. "I have to create a barrier powerful enough so that these subjects are not able to absorb my power, because if these subjects are much more powerful than the other, the capacity to absorb powers must be more bestial." While in that castle, Kronos would give him a little more power. "Pay attention, because you have to get rid of the Golden Oozaru ASAP before it has released all its power." Towa and the two Saiyans would return to the arena of the 12 universes. "This power is surprising. I feel that I can destroy whoever I want. Broly and Vegeta, go to a planet and learn to control all your new power. You two will be the first to face the subject." Both Saiyans came out through the universe looking for a planet with good conditions to train and become much more powerful. Meanwhile, Goku and Nin would be thinking, "Goku, even if you are very powerful, we need many more aliens for this war that is coming, and beings from the Palace of Everything. They don't have enough power to do it." "I have an idea, and if we meet beings with the Super Dragon Balls in the far," a voice would say, "Don't forget about me, Son Goku. I also want a little fun." That's right. It was Karobi that arrived on Nin's planet. The three warriors came out of the planet, and with Nin's help, they found the Super Dragon Balls, and with Nin's help, they found them very quickly. When calling on the great god Zama, he observed and said, "O great goddess of creation Nin Sama, it is an honor to have you in front of me. Tell me, what is your wish? And if it is in my possibilities, I will do it." "We need powerful warriors, because a great battle is about to begin." "There are powerful warriors from different timelines. One of them is Kakarot from Universe 14, who was able to overcome his Destructor God and his Guardian Angel. Also, there is Karma the Saiyan demigod, son of an angel and a Saiyan, and last but not least, there's a warrior called Kinoto. I don't know his origin, but he is an extremely powerful warrior. Do you want me to bring them to life?" Nin his accent in affirmation to everything the great god Zama said. "However, I do not have enough power to bring them to life. I offer you a large part of my power so that those three allies can join me." Zama would accept. Goku would raise his power to the maximum, and this would launch an attack that would enter his entire body, and filled with a brutal power, having the capacity to bring the three warriors to life. Goku, Nin, and Karobi would appear. "I am the Saiyan semi-god. Who the hell has brought me to life? If it is for any stupidity, I will exterminate this multiverse." Nin started to explain everything to them, and the three warriors would accept. They would all return to Nin's planet, where they would start with a rigorous training to be able to increase their power quickly. Meanwhile, Broly and Vegeta would already dominate all the power and would be ready to go attack Son Goku and his friends. Toa would talk to them telepathically. Broly and Vegeta, "It's not time to attack yet. That Saiyan surpasses us. Let us keep training a little more." Meanwhile, in the floating castle, Kronos, thinking this, would say, "So the Golden Oozaru has returned. This time I will make him pay for every damn thing he did to us." Flashback millions of years ago, Kakarot the Golden Oozaru was the protector of the multiverse. He was even more respected than the kings of everything. However, there were three clans, and those were the demons, gods, and Saiyans, which wanted to get rid of Kakarot because his power was out of the normal. To which, with the powerful seal untying pathetic life, however, Kakarot's power began immense. Could not be sealed in its entirety, where Kakarot sworn to come back for all of them. "They are not the same. I can feel like an even stronger power flows in between them. The damned one is controlling everything from the shadows." Kakarot would be on a planet where he recovered his power little by little. However, with the elimination of the 6 universes, this perished imminently, where before he died, he performed a technique to come back to life without keeping any of his memories. End of flashback. "Damn, Oozaru, you will pay for the death of my brother. You will be the first on my list. I'll have your head like a trophy in my mind." He would listen. "Kronos is not yet the time to kill the Saiyan. Remember that we need his power for the war that is approaching." Returning to Nin's planet, they would have finished their training. "Boys, we have become very powerful. However, I don't know if we're capable of beating those 6 Supreme Archangels. It's said that their power goes beyond everything." "That is not the Goku that I know. The Goku that I know would never give up, and as strong as his opponent may be, he would get up again and again until you defeat them." Goku would give Nin the right. "Son Goku, we feel very powerful. Nevertheless, we will be able to defeat that subject even though they have amazing power. We are Saiyans. I don't know if we can really beat them. What I am sure is that nobody can get rid of me so easily." Meanwhile, on a planet that looked like the Underworld itself, a demon would be planning a revenge which included the greatest possible humiliation. "I have come to make Broly and Vegeta give me enough information on all of them to be able to create a faithful warrior, so that he is always for me." Coming back to Nin's planet, all of them would be very happy since months of tranquility would have passed. "I think that war of some years ago has remained in the past, because nobody has appeared and apparently there's no reason to fight." Until from a moment to another, this surprised would say, "From whom? Is this key? It is a very powerful key." Before that subject arrives, or better said, before both subjects arrive, they would already be destroying the Supreme Planet, which was said to be indestructible as it was created by the most powerful creation goddess, Zeno Sama. For a moment to another, Broly and Vegeta would arrive, where Goku would recognize them. "What the hell are you doing in this place? And how can they have so much power?" "We've come for your head, Kakarot. I don't care if you've the Golden Oozaru." Vegeta would launch the attack. However, Goku could evade every blow that he would throw at him. However, Broly would join the combat, balancing things a little more. Toa, who would be observing everything from a crystal ball. "The power of these two has increased in a great way. I hope they can make Son Goku bleed." Going back to the battle, Goku would be containing himself since he felt a negative ki, which was going through all his bodies. Goku would give the Saiyan Broly a powerful hit, leaving him out of combat. When Vegeta witnessed this, he would say, "We must defeat Kakarot at all costs. So Broly, give me some of your power. I'll be much more powerful." Vegeta would absorb Broly's power, to which his power would raise in a surprising way, and they would begin to battle. you're dumb. I want to see the destruction on your face. Did you really think I was using all my power? A little scared, Vegeta would launch the attacks, however his powers were useless before the Saiyan, who had exceeded a warrior named Black Goku, who has great power. Tell him he has my approval to bring said warrior to life and end this damn golden Oozaru once and for all. That subject would leave the place, addressing where the god Zamara, giving him all that information. Zamara, with his immense power, would bring back Goku to life and would make him appear in front of him. Where the hell am I? Who are you? Why do I feel great pressure in my body? We are the Supreme Archangels, those beings who are above the king of everything. What am I doing here? What do you need me for? We need your power. The Golden Oozaru has returned. As you know, him son Goku is a danger to us and apparently you want revenge. We'll give you the necessary power and you will be able to increase your level. I have the same body as Goku, so I can reach his power level. The training would start where Black Goku would reach the variance of Super Saiyan Rose, where this would no longer increase his power so much, and if he did it, it was minimally. From this moment, you will train with Akira. A subject with a peculiar appearance will appear in the training camp. I will help you become much more powerful and overcome your limits, so you better be prepared. The first is to grow your tail. After a time, Black would have reached the Super Saiyan Phase 4 Rose, having a power of even Broly and Vegeta united. Black felt finished to the end, the Saiyan son Goku. No, Black, you're not yet prepared. With that power, you can't even tickle that Saiyan. The days would pass where Black would increase his combat power more and more, in order to have his long-needed revenge, while on Neen's planet, a few years would have already passed since the time difference was brutal. It seems that they've gotten tired of this and no one's side wants war. But I was completely wrong since the battle between good and evil was about to start, and it would not be an easy battle to win. Coming back with Black Goku and Akira, they would continue training. Black would have strengthened his body in an incredible way, having the power of with a single hit exterminate the great Daishinkan priest. The time has come for you to have a fight with me, so don't hold back. Black, from one moment to another, increased all his power and launched the attack. However, Akira, with only one hand, stopped all his strikes. This is not a damn game. If you are more powerful than me, attack me. Akira, with a smile, would give him a strong hit that would make him spit blood. Black would not give up, giving up with difficulty, and this would raise his power to the limit, making the entire training camp shake. Now attack me with everything. Without prior notice, Black would create a scythe with the intention of cutting one of his contact with his body. It would break into 1,000 pieces. Impossible! This is impossible! What the hell are you? I am the third most powerful Supreme Archangel. Don't make me bored, Black. This at a flash speed that Black could not observe anything. He would give him 54 blows in key points, leaving him on the edge of death. Akira would take him and take him to a camera so that he could recover. After a few days, Black would have recovered, having a very powerful Zenkai. However, he knew that he would have to train much more. Meanwhile, on Neen's planet, all the Super Saiyans were training more and more to be of great use in the said battle. However, one moment to another, the subject would arrive that Goku would recognize instantly. What are you doing here? I gave you a chance and you wasted it. Now prepare to die. Wait, please don't kill me, I beg you. I didn't come all this way to fight. People I trusted have turned their backs on me. I'm coming to help you. Is that true? Although it is correct, I feel no bad intentions in you. I have very valuable information. The beings who want to exterminate you are the Supreme Archangels. Their natural enemy is the Golden Oozaru, which is said millions of years ago I exterminated them. This present time it has been reborn in you. Is that true? I can't believe it! If what he says is true or not, because we didn't ask the great god Zamara, he should know everything. Everyone left in search of the Super Dragon Balls, and with the goddess Mean, they would find them quickly. The god Zamara appeared observing everyone, however, he only bowed to the goddess Mean. Great god Zamara, do you know anything about the existence of the Golden Oozaru? What I know about the Golden Oozaru is that he was a protector of all. This multiverse was able to assassinate 6 supreme archangel beings of a superior level from other multiverses. It is said that the power of the Golden Oozaru goes through everything this multiverse until it falls into annihilation, so that the Chosen One makes this universe reborn from the ashes. I have told you a great secret. Zamara would have disappeared. Everything told by Mara is true. Then where is all of the power of Son Goku? To be honest, I don't even know what power they're talking about. The legends say that it's an immense power. I have lived for millions of years, but I've never heard of the existence of a Golden Oozaru. There's no doubt that you are the chosen Son Goku. While in the floating castle, Black would make Akira use all his power, and using the God's Eater, he easily defeated him. I think you're ready now, so go and get us the Golden Oozaru head. A voice would resonate in the void, saying, "Don't kill him, just bring him. I want him to exterminate that damned..." Okay, I'm not killing him. I'm just bringing him down to this place for you to give him the finishing blow. Black would leave the castle at a surprising speed, which even distorted the universe itself. He would head to Nin's planet to finish Son Goku. After a few moments, a powerful key would call everyone's attention. That power is amazing! Who will it be? At that same instant, Black appeared in front of Goku, sending him to fly with a powerful hit. How long no see, you damn mortal? Now with my new power, I will teach you who is in charge. Goku quickly recovered from that surprise attack and would begin to exchange punches and kicks with Black. Meanwhile, with Kronos, he would quickly call Susanoo, because the Golden Oozaru was weakening the seal they had put on it millions of years ago. Susanoo, come immediately. It's an urgent matter. Excuse me, sir. What has happened? Gather the leaders of the 3 great clans. We cannot allow that damn monkey to break that seal, because if he breaks it, all his power will come back and he will be a damn load again. Susanoo would understand and would quickly leave, gathering the 3 leaders. After a time, the leader of the demons would call Ryuk would arrive. Lord Kronos, what do you need? Why did you call us? Wait, Ryuk. Let the leader of the other 2 clans come. Nevertheless, at the precise moment, Yamoshi of the Saiyan clan would arrive, and after a few moments, Miyuki of the clan of the goddesses would arrive. I have gathered the 3 clans here to inform you that the seal that we placed millions of years ago to retain the great power of the Golden Oozaru is weakening. That is impossible! It is the seal of the 3 most powerful great clans of this multiverse. A single warrior would not be capable of cracking it. I understand how you feel, Yamoshi. I know it was practically impossible, but remember that for Oozaru, there was no impossible, and everything impossible made it possible in one way or another. And what shall we do? What is our mission? For the moment, try to raise your powers below us Archangels, so you are not going to die for anything. Everyone would understand and agree. After a few moments, everyone would leave. However, only Yamoshi and Kronos would stay. You know I have the same level of power as you. Let me take care of that damn... I know your immense power. For something you are called the Angel of Death. You are my ace up my sleeve. So I must not reveal my best warrior, but if things get ugly, you will be the first I notify to end the life of that Saiyan. Meanwhile, in the training room was Akira. However, from one moment to another, a second Akira arrived. This duplication technique fascinates me. Only that Saiyan faced 20% of my entire power. If he had confronted me, he would have pulverized him. Returning to Nin's planet, the impacts of Goku and Black would continue, where Goku would little by little be taking advantage, making that while the battle goes on, Black loses his desire to fight. How can you be more powerful than me? You're a simple mortal. I'm a god! It doesn't matter who you are. If any being in the universe intends to, can achieve it. Goku would change his expression to a serious one and say, "You are the only villain here, so I'll exterminate you. I'll not leave a trace of you." Goku would get behind Black at that very great speed, and a powerful attack would send him to the ground. And being with his very worn ki, he would return to Super Saiyan Rose, where Black would try to escape. However, Goku would charge a powerful Kamehameha that would reduce it to atoms. "You must become more powerful and be prepared for this war that is approaching." Nin creates a room with increased gravity, where it would create said room, but it would put something additional in it. That one day out of that room, be 6 years inside, everyone would enter. After a time, those who stand out were the Saiyans. However, Karma and Kurobi became rivals, and wanted to overcome every day more and be better than the other. "Son Goku, why don't we just take care of all this once and for all, so we leave games and we can be in peace?" "I have also thought about it, but we can't do it since we don't know the true power of our enemy." After a time, Karma and Kurobi would have a combat in which the shockwaves were evident, making everything in its path thrown and being very destructive. However, Karma would launch a powerful ki wave at him, which Kurobi would reject her with a great hit. "Karma, you have no chance against me." On the other hand, Kakarot opened out of the room, since his power was immense. However, a great tremor would be present on the planet, where a subject of a strange appearance would appear, saying, "I am in search of the golden..." After a while, Kakarot finished his transformation. He had an imposing look that would make any warrior tremble. What the hell? What is this transformation? Behold the power of the amazing Super Saiyan Ultra Instinct Phase 3. Kakarot, by raising his power a little more, would make the entire universe tremble, and millions of planets and galaxies would be destroyed by such power. Meanwhile, on the floating castle, damn it! Is there perhaps another subject to the level of a Supreme Archangel? Who the hell is this power? Susanoo, come immediately. Help me, sir. How can I help you? Investigate those whose great power it is. Susanoo with the technique could observe who emanated such great power. The subject that emanates this great power is Kakarot from the old Universe 14. What did you say? That's impossible! 2 golden Oozarus exist. On the other hand, on a very distant planet was Yamoshi. It's impossible for me, a legendary Saiyan, to lose against that simple Saiyan. Power is unlimited. No one can make me stand up to me. However, I don't feel that way. I feel that damned thing is at my level without having all his power, so I better raise my power. Yamoshi would go into his combat form, turning all of his hair white. Meanwhile, with Archon and Kakarot, they would be very hurt. However, Kakarot would have the advantage a bit, giving him a fury of blows. Dragon God Destroyer attack! Die! This great attack would cause Archon to perish immediately. Meanwhile, inside, except Goku, who already knew of the incredible power of Kinoto. Goku put himself in a fighting pose and would raise his power even more. Everyone present could barely stand up. However, in a few milliseconds, both warriors would already be exchanging blows. I see that you have great power. However, it wouldn't be enough to defeat the Supreme Dark Super Saiyan. Don't underestimate me. I'm the legendary God Saiyan Kakaroto. From one moment to another, he raised his power much more, giving him some very good blows, making Kinoto fall to the ground. Meanwhile, outside the time room, Kakaroto would be very injured because he used much more power to manage to defeat his enemy. He would fall unconscious. After a while, everyone left the time room, where everyone saw everything destroyed and would see Kakaroto very badly injured. Nin would quickly heal him. Meanwhile, in the floating castle, he found Kronos talking to Akira. We must use all our strength against that Saiyan, so it better be to send the god-killing demon.
No, it will be pulverized. It will be better to see the memories of that golden Oozaru and see if he has any potential enemies that are capable of raising his power in an amazing way with that right training.
These would call Susanoo, asking him to investigate the life of the golden Oozaru. After a while, Susanoo would return.
In the whole of Son Goku, there were two great enemies that were able to almost exterminate him. The first was Frieza, a cold demon, and Cell, a warrior who had the ability to absorb warriors.
Kronos, with all the bestial powers of him, would bring these two subjects to life, and the two would fall to the ground without being able to breathe. Kronos would explain everything to Frieza and Cell.
You were chosen to kill the golden Oozaru, better known as Son Goku.
But both villains would get angry.
We will do anything to kill that monkey.
Returning to the planet of Nin,
what happened, Kakaroto?
Kakaroto would begin to tell everything that had happened.
I faced a warrior named Darkon that the Supreme Archangels had sent to exterminate you. You also need rigorous training to raise all your power. If you're really my counterpart, your power will be as great as mine, and I'm sure you'll achieve the level in my transformation. You're right. I think it's time to go back to training to once again be known as Kakarot, the Saiyan kills gods.
Goku and Kinoto, you two are the most powerful.
Then can't you perceive the key of the Archangels?
Both Saiyans would shake their heads. However, after a while, Goku and Kakaroto from Universe 14 would enter the time room, where they would have a difficult training. Goku would try to get his counterpart to reach the same level as him. After a few days, Kakaroto would master the full power Ultra Instinct transformation. However, he did not have enough power to defeat Son Goku. Goku, with his immense power, would make Kakaroto grow a tail, and he would create a moon for Kakaroto to go into the Oozaru state. However, he would not control said state, spending months training, and state Kakaroto would have a little against. Meanwhile, outside the time room were the others.
We should attack first. It should be our turn to catch them off guard. We can't do that. We need an attack strategy, and we also need the power of Son Goku to be able to beat all those warriors. I know your power's enough, if we can do it. No, damn bugs! What do you not understand?
Everyone would bow their head when observing that Kinoto was very upset. Meanwhile, in the floating castle, Kronos was a little worried since he felt the power of two Kakarots, and from one moment to another they disappeared. Kronos would be a little bewildered as he didn't know what was going on.
If those two guys aren't there, the rest should be an easy target. Susanoo, come immediately.
Susanoo would arrive at Kronos bowing.
Those two guys, how's the training going? Do you think they're ready?
Susanoo would shake his head.
No, my lord. It is still too early for them to face that Saiyan.
Meanwhile, in the training camp, Frieza and Cell would have increased their power greatly. Frieza would have achieved a new transformation, making their power overwhelming. However, Cell would not be far behind. He would have reached the golden state. Both warriors, they would think they would have enough power to take down Son Goku. However, a voice would respond through space. With that power, you are no match for Son Goku or his weakest companions. The power of the golden Oozaru is unreal. You must increase your powers much more or increase your reflexes. Where a ray would go through Frieza, causing him to fall to the ground very injured. After that event, every day they went through something similar. For a few weeks, the body of both were so resistant to the initial rays, did nothing to him, and his powers were abysmal. Surprising that the king of everything, however, they would still be below the power of Son Goku's friends.
I have no idea. The powers increased much faster. We are going to make them to the planet where the demonic water exists.
So Frieza and Cell went to that planet to drink the water of the demons. However, before entering that water, you must have enough power and a strong mind. Otherwise, this water will consume you completely and you won't be able to do anything. Frieza and Cell entered, and at that moment, they made contact with the demonic water. They began to scream in pain. After a few seconds, they both came out looking the same, but something to notice was their incredible increase in power. Their power is now immense and is equivalent to a middle-class Archangel, but they need to get used to said power. Everyone would return to the training camp to master all the power obtained. Meanwhile, returning to the new planet, they were all on the defensive of some new warrior because that entire multiverse would have been shaken by a surprising power. On the other hand, inside the time room, Goku and Kakarot would continue training, and Kakarot would already dominate his Oozaru form.
Now in your Oozaru form, transform into Super Saiyan.
But it was much more difficult for Kakarot. That's right, he couldn't access the Super Saiyan, but he wouldn't give up, and from one moment to another, the Oozaru's fur would turn gray. Goku would be a little confused when observing Kakaroto's color.
What does this mean? I didn't go through that transformation. What's that transformation?
Kakaroto would begin to overflow great power, that is, Kakaroto would have achieved the Super Saiyan Phase 4 Ultra Instinct. The power that is emanated was immense. However, it did not exceed the power of Son Goku. After a few days training, these would come out of the room, and at the time of the leaving, Kronos and Yamoshi would feel the abysmal power of these two.
Oh, what the hell? Who are these powers? These powers seem to have no limits.
Kronos would communicate telepathically with Yamoshi.
Yamoshi, come immediately. We need to talk urgently.
Yamoshi would go to Kronos' castle.
Kronos, perhaps you're training two mortals?
These mortals were potential enemies of the Golden Oozaru. Yamoshi was understanding them.
But Yamoshi does not deviate from the subject. Have you felt all that bestial power? That's right, Kronos. They really are immense powers. But if you say you have two warriors to finish off the cursed Kakaroto, I want to see them.
Yamoshi would be heading to the training ground.
If you are a potential opponent of the Golden Oozaru, face me, and make me use a large part of my power.
However, the two villains being underestimated in this way, both would launch the attack. However, Yamoshi was evading each of the attacks with ease. However, from one moment to the next, both increased their speed and power. Surprising Yamoshi would take a few good hits and fall to the ground. Furious, Yamoshi would get to his feet and go into his fighting form.
Damn! Do you think you have the power to face me? In the same instant, I'll crush them like the garbage that they are.
Yamoshi switched to his combat form, and without warning, he launched into the attack, giving both villains some very good blows. The battle would continue for a few more minutes, where both villains would take the advantage, until from one moment to another, he would stop the attack that Yamoshi was going to receive. After a few moments, Yamoshi and Kronos began to train.
A strange force was taking away my power little by little.
What they both didn't know was that Frieza and Cell would have created a technique that would have snatched the energy, leaving the rival without any power, and this technique would be called Rapture of Gods. After a while, both warriors were already prepared to go face Son Goku. Frieza and Cell had a special technique in case Son Goku turned out to be much more powerful than them. Meanwhile, on the planet of the goddess Neem, everyone would be gathered. However, Kinoto was a little surprised, realizing that the power of Kakarot of Universe 14 was very close to his level.
What kind of training do you have? All I did was focus on all my goals and want to outdo myself. That's impossible. I can't believe it. Just with that, you couldn't raise your power in an amazing way. What kind of training do you have? Kinoto, relax. We're all friends here. We don't have to fight between us.
Goku would raise his power a bit, making everyone calm down. Meanwhile, in the floating castle, Cell and Frieza would already be preparing for their mission, but before going on the planet of the goddess Nin, Kronos approached them.
The golden Oozaru, or Son Goku as you know him, has not awakened his full power, so it is better to finish him off quickly.
They would both agree and go to Nin's planet. After a few moments, everyone on Nin's planet would feel that power. However, Goku would recognize these powers.
Those ki are from Frieza and Cell. Apparently the Archangels have revived two of my greatest rivals.
After some time, the two villains would reach the battlefield.
Yeah, monkey! Finally today you will die!
That's right, Son Goku. You are very powerful, but you can't against us two together.
I'm not alone. Can't you see my family?
No, we will trust each other, so from now on, I'll use my maximum power. Frieza would go on to his new transformation called Diamond Frieza. And Cell by having the Saiyan cells go to Super Saiyan Blue. All those present would be surprised by such power.
What the hell? How long have they been training?
You don't remember that we're the prodigies. You better be prepared, Son Goku. However, a voice would resound from everyone's back.
Son Goku, let us take care of this to us.
Kakarot from Universe 14 would also come forward, where both villains were surprised by the presence of two Gokus.
Two Gokus? What's going on? Don't get too confused, Cold Demon. I'm Kakarot from Universe 14, so get ready. I'll tear you to pieces.
After a moment, the battle would begin. The whole universe would begin to shake in a bestial way. Frieza and Kakarot exchanged some very good blows between them.
I see that you have great power, but that will not be enough for you to defeat the evil Emperor.
Meanwhile, with Cell and Kinoto, they were also exchanging blows. However, Kinoto would be fighting at the same level as Cell since he wanted to test the level of his opponent. Goku and the others would be watching the entire battle. After a moment, the warriors appeared.
I see that they're powerful, but they won't be able to defeat us. Don't be so confident, since we're not using our full power.
Cell and Frieza would get even angrier, renewing the entire battle, this time shaking the 12 universes, exchanging blows for a few minutes. The warriors would separate, staring at each other. Meanwhile, in a floating castle, Kronos and Yamoshi were looking at such monstrous power. Those two have increased their power in an incredible way.
You're right, Yamoshi.
And you thought they were simple worms. Meanwhile, in another multiverse, those subordinates sent by Kronos have great power. They are at the level of a high-class Supreme Archangel, so the most powerful enemies of the Golden Oozaru are also to be feared. Returning to the battlefield, those would be the very close battle. The intensity was so much that it could even be felt reaching other multiverses.
Well, this was good for a warm-up. It's time to use all our power.
Kinoto would increase his power in an incredible way.
Kinoto increases all his power, I'll do the same.
Kakarot, like Kinoto, was raising his power in a surprising way. That's right, both began to increase their power in an incredible way, causing all the universes to tremble. After a few moments, both warriors would be seen at 100% of all their power. However, Cell and Frieza would be observing how they increased their power to the maximum. They would do the same. That's right, both began to raise their power in an incredible way, having a power similar to that of the two Saiyans. The final battle would resume. However, there's no clear winner. Meanwhile, on the floating castle,
damn it, those two do not use their full power.
How come they're not using their full power? Or do they have even more power?
Those two have much more power and are overconfident.
Yamoshi would be surprised, knowing that the two mere mortals had amazing power. Meanwhile, Frieza and Cell would be confident they realized that the two Saiyans would be using all their power.
Simple monkeys, we're not using our full power.
Frieza and Cell would begin to take the battle a little more seriously, having more and more advantage. However, Kakarot and Kinoto would be trying to resist such a monstrous attack.
It's impressive how these two have increased their power in a ridiculous, incredible way, surpassing even the power of Kinoto and Kakarot. If things continue like this, I'll have to intervene.
Returning to the fight, Kakarot and Kinoto would appear very injured and tired. It'd be even seen at a glance that they had trouble breathing, while Frieza and Cell would not even be affected by their breathing. That's right, they were like at the beginning of the fight.
Those two aren't using all their power, and apparently it's not difficult for them to defeat Kinoto or Kakarot.
Goku would take a step forward.
I see that their powers have increased greatly. Perhaps they're worthy opponents.
Frieza and Cell would get a little angry about that comment. At the moment, Frieza would launch the attack.
Damn you, monkey! Don't underestimate us! We'll kill you!
Cell would support Frieza launching into the attack too. However, Goku would be able to observe all his movements, and with two strong blows, he would leave them lying on the ground very injured. Goku would put himself in the battle pose until Frieza and Cell would recover from the blows, launching into an attack. After a few moments of exchanging blows and ki blasts, Goku would be humiliating both warriors. Meanwhile, in the floating castle, Kronos was very surprised to realize that those two had already used all their power, and they would not be able to make Goku use a little of his immense power.
That Saiyan becomes more powerful every day. He really is the golden legendary.
Going back to the battlefield, Goku would continue to humiliate both villains until leaving them on the ground. Goku would stop his attack.
I have no intention of killing them, so get out of here. Don't cause any problems in this universe again, or else I'll have to exterminate them.
Frieza and Cell would get up very weakened.
You always trust Goku. Now let's see what you do with this. Union of Souls!
A great light would blind everyone, and a power that would make the entire multiverse rumble, destroying planets and galaxies. When Goku felt all the power that they emanated, he would be perplexed.
That's not a normal fusion. What the hell have they done?
At that moment that the light dissipated, a new warrior would appear, who would be the fusion of Cell and Frieza.
Son Goku, you have taken us too far. Contemplate the true power of a god.
Without warning, this new warrior would give Goku a great blow that would send him flying hundreds of kilometers, and at a maximum speed he would appear behind him, giving him a strong blow. Goku would be a little injured from these two simple blows. After a few moments, Goku would be injured. However, he'd stand up.
His united power is impressive. Since separated, they were nothing more than simple flies. Now I have a worthy rival of whom I can use all my majestic power.
Goku would then begin to rise his power in a bestial way, where the same planet, universes, and timelines were affected by this great power. When Goku finished raising all his power, he would return to observe them.
I hope you're ready, since I'm at 80% of my full power now.
Everyone would be surprised, since the power that is emanated was immense. After a moment, Goku would come out of the crater that they had sent him.
This is a worthy opponent. To be able to defeat him, I'll have to use all my power.
Feeling that the power of his enemy and was not losing, Goku decided to use much more power. However, Frieza was not surprised by such an increase in power, and after a moment, Goku would finish raising his power. Without warning, at the speed of the light, Goku would give him a shrapnel of blows, and that's how the battle would decide the future of the entire multiverse begin. The clashes of his fists were so bestial that they distorted reality itself. Is that a battle? Not even beings of our level can even see them.
So Son Goku, you've been holding back all this time and your power level is amazing.
Sometime later, both warriors appeared. However, Frieza would have fewer wounds than Son Goku.
Oh, I see that you're trying, damn monkey. But even with all the efforts you make, you'll not be able to defeat us.
Meanwhile, in another multiverse, there was a Supreme Archangel. That immense power that is felt is capable of defeating most of the Supreme Archangels. Only king-level archangels are capable of facing that power. But hopefully that warrior is capable of defeating the Golden Oozaru, since I don't want to be the one to take care of that damned insect myself. Returning to the battlefield, Goku would have many more wounds.
You've increased your power level in a great way. You're the most powerful rival I've ever faced. You're perfect to test my new power.
What no one knew was that the power that Goku showed was his maximum power before he entered the time room. That's right, Goku would raise his power a little more, power that he obtained with his hard training. Goku, some very good blows, would make the fusion writhe in pain as it felt the greatest agony ever felt.
I gave you one last chance to leave. You decided to waste it. Now I'll exterminate you!
Goku would be able to eliminate Frieza with a powerful energy slingshot. But at that precise moment, a new warrior would appear on the battlefield, stopping Goku's great attack.
I don't think your power would reach that much. Your power is amazing. You maybe use 35% of my power to stop your attack.
A new warrior would have appeared on the battlefield, stopping Son Goku's attack with extreme ease.
Who are you? And what are you looking for in this place?
My name is Raziel, and all I seek is the annihilation of all megaverses. This would return to see Frieza. I see that they have a great hidden power. They should not die here today. Raziel would make a technique which would make Frieza return to the floating castle. At the moment they arrived, Kronos would be surprised. What happened? How did they get back? Kronos, through his crystal ball, would observe everything that happened, noticing the warrior who was in front of the Golden Oozaru. It's impossible! They have sent Raziel! Flashback, Raziel was at the level of the Supreme Archangel. His power was so much that his Archangels feared his power, until one day one of the Archangels confronted him. Since he did not belong to that place, the battle that took place I carried out was terrifying for that multiverse. However, Raziel turned out to be a little stronger than that Archangel, being able to defeat him. From that moment, all the other Archangels feared his amazing power. Even the most powerful warrior knows the defeat at some point in his life. That's right, Raziel, overshadowed by the great power of the legendary Golden Oozaru, the great Kakarot. Raziel would train non-stop until he found out that he would have been banished from his power, and millions of years later he would be reborn without any of his memories or powers. Raziel, learning that the Golden Oozaru had already been reborn, allowed him to become much more powerful in order to have a worthy fight. End of flashback. Goku would get into a fighting pose. At that moment, Raziel would increase his fighting level a bit, causing a surprising gravity to drop throughout the place. The power of this guy is extreme! Even I find it hard to breathe. After a few moments, Raziel launched the attack. At the precise moment, Goku raised all his remaining power, since he knew that the beginning in front of him had to face him with all his power. Both warriors began with an incredible battle. Meanwhile, in the floating castle, Kronos was observing the great battle. Those two monsters, I don't know how the hell they have so much power. Meanwhile, in the Underworld, Ryuk was a little surprised due to the powers that he perceived.
We really should increase our powers much more. If not, we would be rivals for those guys.
Returning to the battlefield, the clash of fists would continue, while they exchanged blows. You are disappointing me, Golden Oozaru. You really are not the one I faced millions of years ago. Did you and I already face each other? I don't remember you. At that moment, without warning, Raziel would launch a large ball of energy at him that would make Goku fall to the planet very badly injured. Raziel would rise into the air. Great Kakarot, Golden Oozaru, you have really disappointed me. I did not think that my rival would be so weak. Raziel would charge an even greater power. Nevertheless, by condensing much more power, the attack was slow, but Nin was the difficulty due to the gravity would heal Goku. I think I'll die if I don't use this technique. I'll still die if that attack collides with us. Goku would then raise his power to the maximum, breaking all his limits. Kaioken! Enhance 100 times! The power that this would have released would be incredible, managing to return all that massive attack in a single blow. I knew you'd have much more power. That's Golden Oozaru. Show me what you're capable of. Goku, without warning, would begin to slaughter Raziel that would make him fall to the ground again and again. However, he would not have any scratches. Furious, Goku would concentrate all his power in his fist. Dragon God Destroyer! Explosive blow! An immense dragon would come out of his fist. Raziel would raise his power a little more and was able to stop that colossal attack with one hand. Everyone present was surprised. Impossible! I concentrate all my power in that attack. How did you stop it? You cannot have stopped it with one hand. Raziel would whisper something in the ear, and a strong blow to the back of his neck would knock him out. Raziel would rise to the sky. The Golden Oozaru made me use 45% of all my power. Just for that, I'll spare your lives this time. But don't get excited, because the next time we meet, we'll be enemies to the death. Raziel would disappear from that place. Meanwhile, in the floating castle, a very furious Kronos. What the hell is happening to Raziel? That damn had the power to exterminate him and he didn't do it. The Golden Oozaru was the only one that made Raziel to feel defeat, and Son Goku is not at the level he was before. Most likely Raziel wants to defeat Son Goku when he has all his power, so he can defeat will be much more humiliating. Kronos would calm down a bit from the explanation that Yamoshi would have given him. Let's hope this doesn't get out of hand for Raziel. Returning to Ni's planet, Goku was very badly injured. Raziel would have left him in a terrible condition, that he was even on the verge of death. Nin would begin to heal him with his great power, but he would not wake up. What Raziel had not done was awaken a large part of his memories of the past, and that he would be able to overcome the Great Barrier of Power and gave him a great battle again, since it is the combat that he's waiting for. And the friends of Goku, they would be very worried. His ki is stable. His wounds are healed. Why doesn't he wake up? No one present would be able to answer, and the only thing they could do was wait for the one hope to awaken. However, the Saiyans would be furious at not being able to help at all, and being prey to that incredible pressure would have crushed them as if the gravity was involved. They had it was insufficient to defeat the enemies that were about to face. On the other hand, in the mind of Son Goku, or to be more exact in his memories, he could observe the Golden Oozaru, who was the protector of all the multiverses and was loved by all these beings. However, from a different megaverse came 12 beings of great power called the Supreme Archangels. Everyone must kneel before us. We will be the new rulers of this multiverse. The Golden Oozaru, with the help of the Crimson Oozaru, were able to eliminate 6 of those Archangels. However, the Crimson Oozaru, named Miroku, would also have fallen in battle. Since then, there are only 6 Supreme Archangels. Kakarot managed to escape, but in the beings that he trusted the most and the leaders of the great clans. They betrayed him by creating a powerful seal that'd be able to suppress much of his power and would make him perish imminently. But before he died, he used his technique to be able to be reborn and keep his memories sealed. What Raziel would have done was for all those memories to be recovered little by little, including his great power that was feared by the Supreme Archangels. Meanwhile, Raziel, it was in a very distant place. Son Goku, your power is not even a tenth of the power you had before, so make yourself much more powerful. Give me the battle that I've really longed for millions of years. Only you can be my rival. Meanwhile, in the floating castle, Kronos was talking to Akira. Raziel, believing himself to be the most powerful, he thinks that he can do whatever he wants. Hopefully he'll be defeated for being so trusting. No. If the Golden Oozaru defeats Raziel, the next on his list will be us. The most advisable thing is that those two kill each other, or when one of them's well wounded, we'll give him the coup de grace. I want to be the one to give him the damned Raziel the coup de grace. He took everything from me, and humiliated me so many times. Meanwhile, in the training field, Frieza and Cell would be furious since they are training. They could not be at the level of Son Goku, where they would train harder to be able to take revenge on that damn monkey. However, returning to Nin's planet, everyone would be resting unannounced. Damn, do you think they would get away with them after having killed my younger brother, the Crimson Oozaru? I'll kill them one by one, I swear! Goku, being unconscious, would say a few words that would especially astonish Kurobi, since he would have heard the existence of the Crimson Oozaru. What is happening to my Goku? No one would know what this would be happening to him. Meanwhile, very far from that place, on an inhospitable planet, was Raziel. Son Goku, make yourself much more powerful, since I need your power to be the end of the negative energy once and for all. And you are the only one who can help me. Meanwhile, in the floating castle, Kronos was a little thoughtful since it would have been a few days until Ryuk would arrive at the castle and bow. Sir, in the Underworld we have trained very hard in order to be of help in this great battle that's approaching. Are you so sure you have increased your battle power to a comparable level to be of help against the Golden Oozaru? Of course not, sir. I don't have the power, but he does. From the shadows would come a warrior that would make even Kronos tremble in the palace where they were located due to the great key that he initiated. Nice to meet you, Kronos Sama. My name is Dante, the servant of death. I'm under his orders. I think that Dante and the other two warriors you have training will be more than enough to defeat the Golden Oozaru. Keep in touch with Ryuk. Very soon I'll give the final attack. Ryuk and Dante would make a reference leaving that place. Kronos would call Susanoo. Go look at those two guys and tell me if their power has increased in a big way or not. Susanoo would go to the training field where Cell and Frieza would be in a fight. Though before taking a powerful blow, Susanoo would appear in the middle of the two, stopping their blows with extreme ease. I need you to raise all your power to the maximum and be able to dominate it. Both villains raised him. Cell would go to Super Saiyan Blue maximum power, while Frieza would go to Diamond Frieza maximum power, where his power would have risen to an incredible way. However, they would not be rivals for the Golden Oozaru. Susanoo would create a room so that his training would be much more effective. In this room, time passes differently. While here only one day passes outside, 10 years will pass inside. Train as much as you can, because soon you will face the Golden Oozaru again. Strongest training would have until then. Susanoo would return to Kronos. They did increase their fighting level, but it's still low. I make them train in another dimension and raise their powers much faster. It gives them 3 days to train so that they can become more powerful at the end of those 3 days. They'll go to face the Golden Oozaru to help with Dante. I want to put an end to this once and for all. Kronos would be determined to end the life of the Golden Oozaru once and for all. Meanwhile, in another multiverse, there was another Archangel. Kronos is taking that Golden Oozaru to heart. But if the power he possesses is not compared to before, there is no reason to fear him. He is a poor insect who does not even have the power to destroy a multiverse. Returning to Nin's planet, they would continue waiting for Goku to wake up. However, he still hadn't woken up at that time. The Saiyans would have trained very hard to be of help in that great battle. 2 days had already passed since that guy. What they didn't know was that 3 extremely powerful warriors would be about to attack them. Without Goku's help, it would be very difficult for them. Meanwhile, Kronos was in the floating castle waiting for the 3 days to pass. Within the dimension, gravity little by little making it much complicated for Frieza and Cell. However, they got used to said gravity, which made their training much more effective. Cell and Frieza would have reached a level of incredible power that they never imagined being able to reach it when the 3 days were up. Susanoo would make these two leave said dimension, but when they left, the floating castle would tremble. That's right, the power of these two was unreal. Are you ready to end the Golden Oozaru?
Of course, we're ready to finish off that damn monkey. This time, we will tear it to pieces with our bare hands.
Kronos would telepathically communicate with Ryuk.
Ryuk, bring Dante to the castle. Today, we will attack.
After a few moments, both would arrive at the floating castle. The moment they arrived, a great pressure was felt in the environment due to the power that it gave off.
Cell, Frieza, Dante, you are in charge of exterminating the Golden Oozaru.
The three warriors accepted the mission, and from one moment to another, they began to fly through the universe at an impressive speed, even distorting reality itself with their speeds. However, the one who flew the fastest was Dante. It would take them 25 minutes to arrive to Nin's planet. Meanwhile, on Nin's planet, everyone would be training while Nin would be watching Goku. However, from one moment to another, Kinoto would scream,
"Stop! 3 giant powers are approaching fast. If they keep their speed, they will arrive in approximately 15 minutes. So get ready."
The Nin goddess would heal every one of their wounds and make everyone recover their energy. Everyone would be ready to receive the new enemies. After those 15 minutes, the three individuals would arrive, where Frieza and Cell would observe Goku out of combat.
"They're finishing, damn monkeys. Without that Saiyan, you are nothing."
At that precise moment, Dante would step forward, causing an impressive gravity to fall due to his overwhelming power.
Do not trust. All of them keep great power. Do they want to be defeated again?
With the previous comment, Frieza and Cell got angry. They would raise their power, leaving everyone present amazed.
I'll take care of them too. Come and Kakarot. You take care of that guy who I can feel's power is much higher than Frieza and Cell. But if they attack together, they will have a little more chance.
Thus, the battle would begin, where Kinoto would raise his power to the maximum and to be able to face Frieza and Cell together, who after training for so many years, their coordination was practically perfect. While Karma and Kakarot, despite having raised their level power in a great way, they would not be able to give a single blow to Dante, who is only in charge of dodging and blocking.
I never thought to face a guy of this level, but we will exterminate you some way. Ha ha ha! And that they haven't seen anything.
Dante, at a flashing speed, would give them his shrapnel of blows, causing the place where they were to be destroyed, and causing them all to fall to the ground without being able to see anything.
What the hell? I can't see anything!
Dante would be with a smile on the top of the planet.
Ha 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 ha! I don't think you are allies of the Golden Oozaru, if your level of power is compared to simple ants.
Kakarot and Karma, hearing what Dante said, would get even angrier, going to attack anyway. However, the result was the same. Meanwhile, in the floating castle, Kronos and Ryuk were observing the great battle that they would be having.
If all goes well, we will be victorious, and we will have the head of the Golden Oozaru. With that, we won't have to worry about that damn monkey anymore.
Going back to the battlefield, Kinoto would be very evenly matched with Frieza and Cell.
I see you have raised your power in an incredible way, but you will not be able to against me. Our separate powers are similar to yours, but let's see what happens when we merge.
Kinoto would launch at maximum speed to avoid it. However, it was too late. That's right, Frieza would have appeared on the battlefield with a powerful blow that almost left him out of combat. He would crash into multiple rocks. Nin would be protecting Goku with an energy field.
Goku, please wake up. We need your power.
Meanwhile, with the battle, these would be in favor of the Archangels, since Karma and Kakarot would also have received some good blows. Having great damage from Kinoto, he would be receiving some good blows that would not even defend him due to such overwhelming power at that moment. Frieza, of a powerful blow, would send him to crash with Karma and Kakarot. That's right, the three warriors would fall to the ground very badly wounded and completely defeated. Dante would create a large sphere of ki to exterminate them.
This is their end. There were no challenge. They didn't even help me to warm up, damn worms.
However, the attack would not collide with them. Dante, confused, would charge another sphere with even more power, and the same thing happened at that precise moment. Dante and Frieza-Cell fell with a heavy blow, and a voice would resonate.
Did they think I'd let them exterminate my family?
That's right, Goku would have managed to wake up from that dream that almost ended his entire family and himself without having the opportunity to defend himself.
Goku finally woke up! Of course I've woken up. I'm not going to let these damned ones finish off my loved ones.
Goku, with a cold look, would observe Frieza-Cell.
I gave you one last chance, and you missed it. On this planet, it'll be your death.
Frieza-Cell and Dante would put themselves in a battle pose, raising their power to the maximum. However, they did not realize Goku would have given them a flurry of blows, making them fall to the ground very badly injured. These two were surprised by such overwhelming power.
I see that the Golden Oozaru's not an insect after all. Your allies were garbage. They're not my allies. They're my family. You dare to hurt them! I will not forgive you!
Goku would start the attack where Dante and Frieza would think they had an advantage being 2 against 1. They would be pressured more and more by Goku's powerful attacks.
This was good for warming up.
Meanwhile, Kinoto managed to hear what Goku said. Kinoto would be surprised.
How warm up? Hasn't he been using all his power?
Kinoto was not the only one surprised. That's right, Dante and Frieza would also have been in shock at that moment. Goku began to raise his power to incredible levels. Meanwhile, in a very distant place, Raziel, who is feeling such a brutal power. That's Kakarot. Keeping increasing all your power, you still haven't even reached 50%. Recover all of your power fast. And finally, soon we'll be able to put an end to all that negative energy that corrupts the other gods and beings of great power. Returning to the battlefield, Goku would have increased his power in a chilling way.
I think that with my 80%, it'll be more than enough.
Goku, from one moment to another, teleported, appearing in front of Frieza-Cell.
I told you that I've given you one last chance. Die! Attack of the Dragon God Destroyer!
That's right, Goku exterminated Frieza with a single blow. At that moment, he was a little scared.
What the hell? Since when do you have that immense power?
When we arrived on this planet, your power reserves were almost at 0.
Thanks to you, I've woken up.
I could feel a great power that was going to collide with my planet and friends. That's right, you trusted since you could finish them off once and for all. But you gave me time to wake up. Like that now will be your end. Dante, a little scared, would raise all his power that was hidden.
I do not think to die so easily. I will not die here.
Meanwhile, in the floating castle, Kronos was surprised.
That bastard is recovering all his power little by little. I think that I should be the one to finish off that damn monkey.
Returning to Nin's planet, the battle would be totally in favor of Son Goku. The clash of his fists would be causing lightning to fall everywhere. Dante would already be very badly injured because he would have received some very good blows from Goku.
Dante, you're a great warrior. I hope that in the future you'll be reborn as someone with a good heart, and we can have our revenge. But in the meantime, you die. Receive the power of increased 100 times!
Dante would try to stop the great attack. He would not do anything to stop it or deflect it. Dante would be ashes. There'd be no trace of it. Goku would decrease his power and return to observe his friends. Is everyone alright? At that moment, Nin would go to hug Goku and kiss him.
Son Goku, how did you awaken that immense power?
Goku began to tell them everything that had happened.
Raziel knocked me out. He made me remember my past life. That's right, friends. I'm the legendary Golden Oozaru, and I know that I must exterminate all those damns since they killed my younger brother, the Crimson Oozaru.
All these present were surprised.
You must increase your powers much more since we're very close to the final battle. Nin, please create a much more powerful time room.
I can't create a room like that, since I don't have enough power to do it.
Don't worry about that, Nin. I'll give you a large part of my power so that you can create said room.
Goku would give him a large power of his power, where with that brutal power, he would be able to create the time room. All the warriors would enter to train. I don't know if I'm at the level of an Archangel. However, you should be able to defeat me. No matter what method you use, you should be able to do it. Are you sure you can beat all of us together? They can't even give me a single hit. Karma, a little annoyed by that comment, would launch himself against Goku. At that precise moment, everyone else would follow by launching against Goku, but indeed, Goku did nothing but dodge all his attacks. However, at that very moment, would be much angrier since Goku was underestimating them too much. I'll attack too. Don't think that only you will do it. Goku in a single movement left everyone lying on the ground. At that moment, everyone would stand up with extreme difficulty. Show me what they're capable of, since together we must defeat them. Get ready. Now to be our turn to attack those damn Archangels. Goku would be training with all his friends. That's right, everyone was preparing for the great battle that was coming. After a few months, all the warriors would be able to give Son Goku a little fight. However, they couldn't defeat him. After years, the warriors would have reached a high level of power, becoming more powerful every day. You keep training. And you, Goku? Well, what will you do? I'll end an Archangel. To be more specific, I'll end the life of the Supreme Archangel Kronos. But don't worry about me. I have enough power to exterminate him. Goku would leave the room of time, and he, having recovered his memories, would know the location of the floating castle. That's right, Goku would use teleportation when feeling the power of Kronos, and Goku would appear in front of Kronos. How the hell did you get here? So after millions of years, you're still alive, Kronos. You're the one I hate the most. Since it's your damn fault I lost my little brother, you better be ready to die. Goku would increase his power, and the entire floating castle began to shake at that moment. Goku shot him out with a strong blow that Kronos was not able to stop. At that moment, a great battle between a supreme level Archangel and a golden Oozaru would have begun, where said battle would be very close, however, in a very distant place. Is that the Saiyan? How the hell did he raise his power so much in such a short time? Damn, we would have exterminated him when he still didn't have all his power. We trust, on the other hand, Raziel would feel the great pressure of that battle. I see. So Kakarot could not contain the desire to exterminate Kronos. He has freed me from doing it myself, because if he did not do it, I would have taken care of him, making him suffer slowly. I had enough. Returning to the battlefield, they would be having a great battle. Everything shaking around them, the clash of their fists was unreal. If it hadn't been for the help of the other Archangels and that damn seal, they wouldn't have been able to defeat me. By passing the battle, Goku would be having the advantage. That's right, Goku was favored by having long battles, since his ki reserves were so many that they seemed unlimited, and his opponents, not having said reserves, would get much more tired than they are of Goku. Kronos, he was no longer able to do anything to defend himself. When you finish with 5 of us, you'll know the true terror. When facing the last Archangel, you will regret all this. Goku would not give importance to the words of Kronos, and he would launch a powerful energy sphere at him. Goku leaving no trace of Kronos, he would return to his planet. Entering the time room, everyone would be surprised. Have you killed an Archangel already? That's right. Now that I'm recovering my powers, they don't know how far I'm capable of going. Everyone was surprised, however. They would also continue training since they did not want to stay so far behind Son Goku. Meanwhile, Kira was in the floating castle. What the hell? How was that damn monkey able to defeat Kronos with such extreme ease? Akira would have the place heading to his territory, where all the Archangels began to prepare hard. They knew that only one side could stay alive. However, it was clear that Akira was one of the most scared Archangels, since he would have witnessed the power of the Golden Oozaru up close, and knew that it was not easy to defeat him. With the help of a room designed for beings of great power, he would begin to increase his powers. All the Archangels would be looking for methods to increase their powers. Meanwhile, on the planet of Neen, everyone would have already left said training and would be resting, but from one moment to another, Goku would remind Margarita that she would have helped him when he had nothing. Goku, with his incredible power, was able to create a portal to another dimension by doing that. Margarita can get out of where she was. Margarita, witnessing Goku, would be too happy and run to hug him.
How could you get me out of the dimension that my father created? My power was now surpassed that of the great priest, that even the king of everything, Zeno Sama.
What? How is it possible that you've surpassed the most powerful deities of the 12 universes? Goku would begin to tell him all his adversaries that he has lived up to that moment, while Margarita was locked up in said dimension. Goku would present Margarita with all his friends, and where everyone would accept her with open arms, knowing that this was Goku's teacher and since helped him when he could not defend himself. However, everything would not be happiness. Since Margarita had something very important to tell him, Margarita would ask to speak to Goku alone. Goku, noticing Margarita's expression, would accept, and they would leave to a much more private place.
What's wrong, Margarita? I noticed you are a little anguished and worried.
It is normal that you are scared. Even you will be when you know what I have to tell you. Goku, with much more intrigue and a little thoughtful.
What's wrong? Tell me once and for all.
When I got to that dimension, everything was chaos. I seemed to be in crimson purgatory. However, thanks to my great power, I was able to survive. It was very difficult even for me to survive in that place. After a few years...
What? What years? What do you mean?
I only spent a few months locked up. In that dimension, it wasn't months. It was years. I thought that the king of everything was the supreme authority of this universe, but no. We find ourselves in a multiverse, and likewise, there are deities that take care of this multiverse who are called the Supreme Archangels.
Margarita, they're not protectors. They're destroyers. In my past life, they were the ones who stripped me of my power and killed me. They are the ones that put the universe in chaos. Are they the protectors for you?
I know, that currently they're no longer protectors, now that they're destroyers, but for everything there is a logical explanation. Millions of years ago, we heard the story of creator gods, and that they had 2 children, but we did not know if it was true or a lie. However, everything turned out to be true, since one of those sons was Zeno Sama, but the other pure evil brother was identical to him. His heart was full of pure evil, and he was on top of all ranges that are known so far. That's right, Goku, the Archangels were warriors sent by the Creator God, but they perished against Dark Zeno, and this one was the absolute control and ability, was able to turn them into his puppets, doing with them what he pleases, and in revenge on his father, he began to destroy the multiverse of his brother. Zeno Sama was being still very young. He didn't know the existence of the multiverses, till a warrior named Kakarot was able to defeat 6 of them, but dying with them until you were reborn, son Goku. You are the Golden Oozaru. You are the savior of this entire multiverse. Goku would be very surprised by everything told by Margarita, since it seemed unreal.
So all my life I was wrong? The real killer of my dear brother is that guy called Dark Zero.
I understand how you must feel, but even if you can defeat the remaining Archangels, it'll be impossible for you to defeat Dark Zeno, since when I was in that dimension, all his overwhelming power was in that place, and it was only a small portion, and still, it was difficult for me to survive. He will exterminate you, or worse, he will use his control ability on you.
If everything you have told me is true, I'll have to sacrifice the 5 Archangels that I need, and when he realizes that he'll have to show his face, I'll exterminate him with my own hands. I'll not forgive that damn worm!
Meanwhile, in a very distant place, Akira was thinking, at that moment, another Archangel named Radio would arrive.
You, Akira, who was in this place, tell me, How high is the power of that damned monkey? At that moment, Akira would begin to tell him everything that had happened. Even Kronos with his maximum power is not able to do anything. We're lost. Kronos was the fourth most powerful Archangel of us, but the only thing that made him special was his ability. But nevertheless, the Golden Oozaru did not give him time for him to execute it. I guess it is time that I myself take care of that Oozaru. I hope you will at this time. However, Akira did not receive any answer. Radio would think and say to himself, I will not do it right now. I'll exterminate him when the last 4 Archangels have died to keep all his powers. I still need to master the power of Kronos and his special ability. Radio would leave that place to master the power of Kronos. Meanwhile, with Raziel, he would be meditating. He would have a bad feeling of everything that would be happening. Everything has gone well, but I don't feel confident. I don't like something about this situation. But very far from those multiverses, to be more exact in another megaverse, was Dark Zeno with a smile. So the Golden Oozaru reincarnated and already killed one of my puppets. How interesting. This time you will know what it is to tremble with terror. Returning to the planet of the Neem Goddess, they would all be gathered together waiting for something to happen, where at that moment Margarita, proud of all the warriors. You have finished all your training. I congratulate you. You have reached a great level of power, and when you will have one last test with me, so that you're able to master all your key to perfection, and the divine key, since Saiyans, as they are, Karma, Hirobi, Kinoto, Kakarot, and Son Goku have both ki, but they must stop half being mortals to become true Saiyan gods. That's right, everyone would start their last training that was only based on meditation and be able to end all their internal fears in order to leave their mortal part and achieve a new level of power. Meanwhile, Margarita was watching everyone realize that the one who had the most difficulty meditating was Kinoto, since this was the Dark Supreme Saiyan and it was difficult for him to stay calm. Damn! I can't meditate! What the hell is this training? We Saiyans do not need to meditate to increase our powers. What we really need is for someone to leave us wounded to death so that our Zenkai becomes much more powerful. Kinoto, blinded by anger, would charge 2 ki spheres and attack Margarita. Before he touched her, Goku would take Kinoto's arms, squeezing them with great force. Do you know who you just attacked? She's the woman who saved my life. So behave, Kinoto! Goku would have given him a strong blow, leaving him out of combat. Goku would continue with his meditation again, where, after some time, Kinoto would have woken up and continued with his meditation again. They already managed to get rid of their mortal part. That's right, these were already gods in every sense of the word. Meanwhile, in Akira's multiverse, he was thinking it would be right to attack the Saiyan right now. If I go with at least one more Archangel, we could defeat them, since their allies aren't that powerful after all. At that moment, a voice would resound throughout the universe. No, Akira. The first thing you should do is to get rid of Raziel, because if Raziel and the Golden Oozaru come together, they will be a great threat to everyone. At that moment, Akira went to the multiverse of the Archangel Raziel. What are you doing here, Akira? Between you and me, we will exterminate Raziel, so in the future, he will not be a threat to all of us. Akira would not have gone to the multiverse of the Archangel Raziel to attack Raziel together. I'm not going to team up with you, Akira, since I can only end the life of the insect of Raziel. At that moment, the same voice would resound throughout the universe. Go with Akira and finish off Raziel once and for all. Do not let them become more powerful. At that moment, both Archangels would go to the point where Raziel was. Meanwhile, with Raziel, he would continue meditating. He would feel the power of Akira and Raziel approaching. Now what the hell do these two want? I'm not going to join them to end Kakarot. Akira and Raziel would be about to get to Raziel. After a few moments, they would arrive. Raziel would slightly raise his power with a very cold voice. What are you doing here? I do not intend to ally with you to exterminate the Golden Oozaru. We're not here for you to join us. We're here for the simple fact that we will kill you. You two can kill me. That was a great joke in case you don't remember. I killed the most powerful Archangel. You wouldn't be rivals for me. At that moment, Luciel and Akira would put themselves in fighting pose. Like them, Raziel would also put themselves in a battle pose. In a few milliseconds, a battle would begin that would shake the entire multiverse, causing the clash of their fists to sit down to the planet of Bainin. Those powers are colliding are immense. They're 2 against 1, and apparently they're attacking Raziel. Goku, having recovered his memories, would know that Raziel was not a bad person and did everything in order to protect the multiverses, where Goku, without prior notice, left the planet at a great speed, which would cause space itself to be distorted back to the battle. Raziel would be a bit surprised. How the heck did they increase their fighting levels so much? You two shouldn't be a problem for me. Don't underestimate us, dumb. We're king-level Archangels, and you are nothing compared to us. I must congratulate you after all. It's been a long time since I didn't fight seriously with someone. That's right, I'll use 100% of all my power. You better be prepared. Raziel, having total control of all energy of his body, increased his power to the maximum. In a few seconds, and at a flashing speed, he launched himself into the attack again, causing everything to tremble in his path. That's right, Raziel began to give them a shrapnel of blows to both Archangels. Receive this, Heavenly Ice Blizzard! That's how everything around him would begin to freeze. Raziel tried to evade the attack, but it was useless, since it was a full-range attack, and Raziel being frozen and without movement, Akira would scream, "Now receive my attack! Divine Destroyer Cannon!" Akira charged a sphere of energy so powerful that it made other timelines appear. That's right, his attack distorted the realities themselves. His attack would collide with Raziel, however, he would not be able to kill him. Raziel would come out with only a few wounds and very furious. Akira and Lucille, finish Raziel quickly. The Oozaru is approaching at a great speed. If they unite, they will be a danger. Who the hell are you? Are you manipulating them? This one could not finish the sentence since both Archangels were already stealthily attacking him, since they took the battle much more seriously. They started with a much more violent attack, but Raziel, having great power, would still give them a fight. Raziel, that warrior who once was at top of all the Archangels, is now biting the ground. That's right, Raziel. You don't know how much I wanted to do this, to be able to exterminate you once and for all with my own hands, and to be able to make you pay for the humiliation you gave us all for not being at your level. Do you think that you're being used? When they're no longer useful, they're killed. Lucio would take him by the face, staring at him. You don't know anything. The great Dark Zeno will be the ruler of everything that exists, and to exist, we will be his most faithful warriors. Raziel was surprised due to these words. At that moment, Luciel and Akira moved away a little, creating a great attack launching at Raziel occurred. Since a few centimeters hit him, Son Goku would have deflected the attack of a great blow. Goku would take Raziel's hand, healing all his wounds and giving him back the lost power. It should be noted that when Goku trained with Margarita, she taught him his ability. Raziel would stand up. Kakarot, knew that you would feel my power and come help me. You were the only warrior who did not turn against me millions of years ago, and I know that your intentions are pure. They are being manipulated by a guy who calls himself Dark Zeno. That damn thing started with his attack. How do you even know him? I have to tell you everything that has happened, and the true identity of the Supreme Archangels. But for now, let's finish these two subjects. At that moment, Akira and Lucille would return to their battle pose, and they would be ready to fight. The battle would begin, the clash of the fists, so that even the Need planet that was in another multiverse trembles. Due to the power of his fist, returning to Need's planet, everyone was surprised by said power. I hope nothing happens to my Goku. Son Goku is most powerful warrior I've ever met. Believe me, he'll not lose as a pathetic warrior. He always looks for a way to overcome his limits.
Returning to the battlefield, they would be very even, but the one who had the most difficulty in following the battle was Goku, since he had not yet recovered all his power. Damn! If I only had all my power, this damn Akira wouldn't be a match for me, and I'd exterminate him with a single blow. Calm down. They're using a power that they do not master and that they will have a great consequence. Just continue as you're doing now. As time goes by, they'll lose. After a few moments, Raziel would have managed to end Lucille's life, where before he died, he would return to normal. Thank you very much for freeing me from the power of Dark Zeno. I entrust you with my Raziel multiverse. That's right, Lucille would disappear into nothing. Meanwhile, Goku was getting stronger every moment and would be dominating the battle little by little. At that moment, Akira would go into despair, using even more power than his body could withstand. But that was useless since Goku concentrated all his power in his last blow. Get this, Akira! Divine Destroyer Dragon God Explosive Attack! Goku's fist would form a huge dragon, eliminating Akira once and for all. Where Goku said Raziel would be without any ki reserves, but with Goku's teleportation, they would reach Nin's planet, where it would heal them and make them recover all his powers. On the other hand, in a very distant place in that megaverse, Dark Zeno was a little annoyed. Akira, your plan has failed. The Golden Oozaru and Raziel are now allies. What do you intend to do about it? I apologize, great Dark Zeno. I promise that nothing like this will ever happen again. Please, have mercy. It will be the last damn time. The next time I'll kill you myself. Akira, with fear, would leave the place, leaving only Dark Zeno. Dark Gogeta, come immediately. Where after a few seconds, a Gogeta with flesh-red hair would appear in front of Dark Zeno. Tell me, my great Dark Zeno, I'm here to serve you. Go to my brother's Megaverse and start destroying everything. And remember, don't kill the Golden Oozaru. I want him to be one of my elite warriors. As you order, great Dark Zeno. Dark Gogeta opened a portal heading to the Megaverse of Zeno Sama, where upon arrival, he would begin to destroy everything that existed. There was no warrior to compare with this power. Goku and the others did not feel his ki, since he appeared very far from that multiverse. Gogeta, when he ran into the two other Archangels, would exterminate them without any problem. With this, he absorbed all of their powers, but he was in a trance state to adapt all the power to his body. When Dark Gogeta witnessed that no one was a rival for him, Dark Gogeta began to get upset. From one moment to another, an immense power was felt that ran through the entire multiverse. Even Dark Gogeta would look a little amazed. Likewise, Dark Gogeta went from where he had been seeing such immense power, observing a strange subject. Who the hell are you? I am Dark Gogeta, the evil Saiyan. So a Saiyan because the time of your death has come. Gogeta would be a little surprised by all the power that guy gave off. You have had a very bad luck, friend. You will be my punching bag and with whom I will test my new powers. I don't think I'm as weak as those Archangels. I'll exterminate you before you can even blink. Both warriors exchanged glances, and at that very moment they began with a very intense combat. The space itself was distorted by such ki pressure. Meanwhile, on the Nin planet, they were all gathered, including Raziel, but from one moment to another. I have a bad feeling. Something very serious is about to happen, or is happening. No, Goku, they're just your assumptions. No, I can also feel a very strong feeling of death. Everyone would be a little intrigued. Returning to the battlefield, both warriors would be equal. That is, a clear winner could not be observed while exchanging blows. Gogeta would say to him, "How the hell can you put up an even match with me? Are you stronger than the Golden Oozaru?" At that moment, Raito would give him a blow that would send him flying and tell him, "I'm the most powerful being in this multiverse. And in any other, and answering your question, yes, I'm much stronger than the Golden Oozaru, and you being a Saiyan, like he prepared to die." At that moment, he would soon use one of his new techniques, Supreme God's Rapture! At that moment, Dark Gogeta felt like a large part of his powers were stolen. Damn it! I never imagined that in this multiverse there would be a subject with such power. Ha 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 ha! What will you do now? You're no longer an opponent for me. Raito began to beat up Dark Gogeta, who would no longer be able to defend himself. Dark Gogeta would telepathically communicate with Dark Zeno. Great Dark Zeno Sama, I'm very injured and on the verge of death. A guy named Raito left me in this state. I don't understand how he has so much power. Please help me. How is it possible that one of my best warriors is in such conditions? Dark Vegito, go immediately to the Twin Megaverse and help Dark Gogeta. Dark Vegeta would obey Dark Zeno Sama's orders. Going quickly, just when he reached the Twin Megaverse, he felt Dark Gogeta's ki almost nil. He transported, watching him very wounded and on the verge of death, realizing that a very powerful energy sphere was approaching to exterminate him. However, Vegito, being much more powerful, would face the great attack that, upon making contact with his aura, would be destroyed, leaving no trace of such an immense attack. Now it's your turn to face me, damn worm. I won't leave any dust of you. I'll exterminate you with my own hands. Dark Vegito had been able to repel Ryota's powerful attack, saving Dark Gogeta. Dark Vegito, be careful since that guy has seized the power of 5 Supreme Archangels. That's why he has this monstrous power. You're a great warrior, but you're one of the weakest because you only possess the base form of the demonic Super Saiyan. I possess 3 phases of the demonic Super Saiyan, so I'll exterminate this worm once and for all. Be careful! With his snatch technique, it can drain your ki. Dark Vegeta would use a barrier on his whole body to be able to repel his ability. Raito at that moment would approach Dark Vegito. I can see that you're much more powerful than that other insect, since you were able to hold back my attack without any difficulty. But that'll not be enough to be able to defeat me, the most powerful and invincible of all that exists. At that moment that Raito was speaking, Dark Vegito would give him a strong blow that would make him bleed. Oh, I'm sorry, but since I saw that you had your guard down, I attacked. Damn vermin. Don't think that this is gonna stay like this. At that moment, both started a great battle. Unlike when he fought with Dark Gogeta, this time the clash of their fists could be felt even up to Neen's planet. Whose ki is so suffering? Now I can feel 2 gigantic ki and 1 very weak ki. Get ready, Kakarot. We'll leave immediately. Okay, but what I don't like is that there are 3 ki are evil. After a few moments, Goku and Raziel were ready to go to the battlefield. However, at that moment, Kinoto and Kakarot from Universe 14 wanted to go to the most powerful beings. In this battle, we'll need all the help we can get, so it's better to be prepared. Goku would begin to concentrate to make the teleportation. After a few seconds, the 4 warriors would appear in a totally different multiverse, and only with the pressure of their ki could they not even move. That's right, everyone would increase a little of their power, and when they were close, they would observe 2 subjects fighting, Goku and Raziel, who would recognize Ratio. At that moment, Goku would remember the words of Kronos. When you eliminate 5 of us, you will regret everything. The last Archangel will exterminate you. Damn it! What happened was that damned Raito began to absorb all the power of the fallen Archangels before battle, reaching a great level of power. That's the first point, but tell me, who the hell are those 2 guys? Goku and Raziel would approach Dark Gogeta, who was recovering energy. Who are you? I'm realizing that it was the Golden Oozaru who would raise all the power that he managed to gather in that time and get into a battle pose. I am Dark Gogeta, a subordinate of the great Dark Zeno, and my mission is to take the Golden Oozaru Dark Zeno and become part of his elite army. So Dark Zeno had started his evil plan, but we won't let him do it. Goku would likewise strike a battle pose. Don't interfere, Raziel. I can only take that wretch. This battle will be one-on-one. Such arrogant words for such a weak being. Don't even think that you can alone fight me. Despite my wounds, I could tear you to pieces. At that moment, a second battle would begin. When they clashed their fists, all the universes were trembling because of the 2 great battles that were taking place. Meanwhile, with Dark Vegito and Ratio, there was little evenly matched. However, Ratio would even have more hidden power. But what Radio didn't know was that Dark Vegeta would still have 2 transformations reserved in case all this got out of control. After 15 more minutes of battle, both began to look a little tired. Meanwhile, Goku and Dark Gogeta would both have equal power, even though Dark Gogeta was injured and Goku with all his power. Damn it! How is it possible that a guy with those injuries is giving me this kind of trouble? Goku at that moment began to use more power than his body could withstand, and after a few minutes of battle, Goku would defeat Dark Gogeta. However, Goku had also been on the verge of death. Meanwhile, with Dark Vegito and Radio, both were very wounded, but at that moment, Dark Vegito began to laugh. I can see that you're at your limit. Well, I have 2 more transformations. At that moment, Dark Vegeta would transform into the Super Saiyan Phase 3 Demonic, and after a few exchanges of blows, Radio would be left lying on the ground without being able to do anything. After a moment, more of a battle, Dark Vegeta would get tired of humiliating Radio, and Vegito would charge a great attack, achieving that Radio would be reduced to ashes. Dark Vegeta would return to observe the others. If you could hardly defeat Dark Gogeta's insect, don't even think that you can defeat me. Dark Vegeta, with a few blows, would leave them very badly wounded and on the ground. All the warriors tried to escape, however, a voice would resound in their back. No matter where in the Megaverse, Multiverse Vero, flee! I'll take them alive like insects and exterminate them, leaving only the Golden Oozaru alive. Goku, with his last energies, would manage to make everyone return to Neen's planet. At the moment they arrived, Neen would heal all his wounds. Meanwhile, Dark Vegeta was destroying planets and galaxies without finding anyone who was able to stop him. Returning to Neen's planet, everyone was already recovered. Son Goku, could you tell me about this guy called Dark Zeno? He's similar to the Zeno Sama of our universe, only that he wields a sinister power and apparently he can control warriors of great power and use them at his will. Kakarot would jump into the conversation. I heard a legend of a guy with that name. It was said that millions of years ago, there were 2 brothers. One was pure evil and the other was light and goodness. What they didn't know was that evil will always be stronger than everything. And apparently Dark Zeno wanted to take over his brother's territory. An incredible battle shook everything that existed, and it's said that Dark Zeno beat up his twin brother, but before exterminating him, it is not known what happened, since he was banished to another megaverse far away. Some say there is a being much more powerful than those 2. All those present would be a little astonished by an event. If everything that Kakarot says is true, now with the death of Zeno Sama at the hands of Daishinken, Dark Zeno will be able to take over this megaverse, but we can't allow it. It had been an honor to be with you for so long, but our power has not increased much. If we wish to be part of the help of this battle, we can only join other warriors of greater power. Karma and Kinoto would join the power of the Kakarot of Universe 14. He had not suffered any charge, but the power that he gave off was overwhelming. We must defeat this imbecile of Dark Vegito, since I can feel how hundreds of planets disappear because of that scoundrel. Goku would use his teleportation again, arriving where Dark Vegito was minutes before his arrival. Dark Vegito, eliminate everyone that you find in this megaverse. Don't leave anything standing. You are one of the few that have the 3 demonic transformations. I don't think those bastards will be able to defeat you, but don't trust the Golden Oozaru. He could be a megaversal threat. And flashback, Goku and the others would arrive in front of Dark Vegito. What do we have here? Are you coming to seek your death? Let's see who the vermin is when I shut that damn mouth of yours. Such arrogant words for a being as weak as you are. You're not worthy of being in front of me, but you will have the pleasure of being eliminated by me, the mighty Dark Vegito. At that moment, Dark Vegito would disappear, and without warning, he would deliver some strong blows to all those present. All of them would fall to the ground in spite of being with their guard up. What a bore. I tried to be slow so that they'd be able to dodge it, but I realized that they're failures. The 3 of them would stand up. We don't usually team up, but now you'll know the combined power of the protectors of this megaverse. The 3 at the same time would go on the attack at their top speeds. The fight was 3 against 1. However, Dark Vegeta was sweeping the ground with all 3 at the same time. Are you guys serious? Is that all? I want a real battle.
With that pathetic level you call yourselves protectors? You're nothing more than simple trash. Let's see if you can handle this.
Kakarot would begin to teleport quickly, and when he was in front of Dark Vegito, he would launch a powerful Kamehameha. It seemed that everything was over since the level of that attack was supreme. But when the smoke dissipated, everyone was frozen when observing that this guy had put his hand in front, and only with his hand full of energy, he was able to stop that tremendous attack.
How is that possible that you don't have a single scratch?
Dark Vegito with the terrible speed would get behind Kakarot.
They don't even have enough power to scratch me. They're all just insects.
Kakarot would fall out of combat. Goku and Raziel were the only ones still standing.
Damn it! If we don't do something, that guy's going to kill us!
Goku, without caring about his body, Goku would exceed his limits.
Body resists the power of the Kaioken increased 100 times!
Both begin with the battle. Goku, with that brutal increase of power, was able to give him a strong blow, sending him to a planet, destroying it. In that moment, Raziel would charge a great attack, throwing it to him. Both would be a little tired by that combined attack that they had made. However, a strong explosion was observed, and Dark Vegito would leave with a few scratches.
Great. You guys have achieved what no one in millions of years have managed to do. You're able to hurt me a little. Even though you died today, you'll always live in my memory.
Dark Vegito would move at an even faster speed than before, giving him a few hits and leaving them on the ground. At that moment, Son Goku's bones began to break from the excessive use of the Kaioken. Dark Vegito would rise to the sky.
They have been great opponents, but they are not at my level.
Dark Vegeta would throw an energy sphere to exterminate them. Flashback, Dark Zeno wanted the Golden Oozaru in his team, but he changed his mind.
If you have a chance, finish him off, because that Saiyan is a double-edged sword.
Dark Vegeta would launch the attack with which he had planned to end the lives of Son Goku and Raziel. Both of them, not having enough energy, were just waiting for their end. However, at that precise moment, a warrior would arrive with a strong kick that would send a great sphere of ki to another direction. Goku would observe the blurred guy.
Who the hell are you?
My name is the least of it. Just keep in mind that I'm the warrior that'll end your life. Dark Vegeta would start laughing.
You? Don't make me laugh. My power is 1,000,000 times greater than yours.
But at that moment, that guy with a powerful blow would make Dark Vegito fall to the ground with an immense pain that he had never felt before.
Damn you! How could you hurt me so much in one blow?
That's what you get for trusting me. But don't worry, I won't make you suffer. I'll end your life without you feeling pain. The new guy who had arrived gave off an incredible power, so much that he was able to make Dark Vegito fall. Instantly, Dark Vegito would recover from the blow, however the large amounts of blood would come out of his body, which was not able to assimilate all the damage that the warrior had caused him. At that moment, he would stand in front of Goku and Raziel, throwing them some of his energy.
You must not die. You're the hope of this universe, so you better leave. I can end the life of this clown by myself.
But who are you? How do you have so much power to face Dark Vegito? The power of this being seems to have no limit.
However, at that instant, Dark Vegito had launched himself at a great speed against the warrior, who, without flinching, with only one of his hands, would stop his blow. And in the same way, he would take the battle much more seriously without holding back at the least, so that at that instant, he would tear the warrior to pieces. With a strong attack, he had reduced him to simple atoms. It's time to go. We must go with Neen. She'll help us to devise a plan.
How do you know Neen? Surely you're one of those sent by that cursed Dark Zeno.
However, in all that place, an incredible power would be felt. That's right, at that moment, an incredible portal would be created from which Dark Zeno would appear, along with a warrior identical to Broly. But the power he gave off was unreal.
I don't know who you are, but you've been able to end the life of my second most powerful warrior, and I can't forgive you for that. Broly, attack!
The warrior similar to Broly was the same Broly but from a very different dimension, in which he even achieved the necessary power to end the lives of the most powerful divine beings. And having a great evil in his heart, it was easy for Dark Zeno to control him, giving him much more power, which was what Broly most desired. At that moment, both warriors began to exchange blows, with which all this space was distorted. At the moment, Broly would throw a great attack, which Raikon would try to stop it, being impossible. A gigantic explosion would be created all over the place. Goku and Raziel, without saying, with their arms crossed, threw themselves against the new warrior. That's right. At that moment, the duo of warriors threw themselves in the same way against the powerful Broly, but they were not able to do absolutely anything. That's right, the difference in power was abysmal. So much that even with all the power they have, and even the power together, they were not able to completely neutralize Broly. At that moment, an incredible aura in the form of lightning would be released all over the place. That's right, it was Raikon, who was recovered completely, raising its power to the limit.
It's no longer important to hide it, Father. I come from the future. I'm the son of you and the goddess Nin. You die in this battle, and therefore the future's a hell, and I have to come to change all of that.
Goku would be very surprised to know that the warrior who was in front of him was nothing more, nothing less than his son. At the moment, a great laughter would resound throughout the universe.
That means that after all, if I accomplish my goal of killing all the deadly garbage of the universes, this will be interesting.
You're wrong.
Because today we'll finish you, even if we have to lose our lives.
At first, the trio of warriors with an incredible coordination would begin to fight against Broly, which at every moment would release even much more power. Meanwhile, on Nin's planet, she was very worried because even the pressures of her blows reached that place. However, she tried to calm down, but at the moment, the great priest would appear in front of her.
Great Goddess Zeno Sama, I'm sorry for the misunderstanding that we've had. I have realized that we were corrupted by the evil energy of Dark Zeno.
I understand, Daishaken, but it's not important now, since everything created by the great Zeno Sama will be destroyed, and we'll not be able to do anything about it.
For that very reason, I'm in this place. There's a technique, and only one chance. Otherwise, everything known until now will be destroyed.
What is the alternative? Returned to the battlefield, the trio of warriors was in terrible condition. However, Broly was not unharmed. That is, the blows of the warriors were so powerful that they were even able to severely damage his spiritual seat, and even several energy veins were collapsed, so it was not able to flow ki normally.
I won't let you wretches make me lose control for such a long time. How about this?
In that instant, Broly would throw an immense attack, with which it seemed to destroy everything around them. The trio of warriors, without flinching, would throw their most powerful attacks in the same way, being in vain, against Broly. However, at that moment, Goku's whole body would begin to fill with an incredible pressure, which would be able to destroy all of Broly's power, even ending his life, which would leave Dark Zeno very surprised, who didn't understand how they were able to achieve such great power. However, all over the place, large amounts of blood would spread. That's right, Goku's body count would not withstand all that power, which was even causing damage to the entire internal body of Goku.
What's happening to me? Where's all this power coming from? It hurts. It hurts. It hurts so much. I feel like I'm exploding.
My Goku, I know you must be suffering, but the only alternative is to defeat Dark Zeno. It is for you, especially you, to concentrate all the power of the entire multiverse in a single blow, with which you must destroy all its dark energy.
I don't mind dying. I'll do it. I swear I'll do it, so that our son can have a great future, be remembered as a legend.
Goku at that moment, he would even return to his base state, with which he seemed to explode because of all the power.
Body, resist all this power. Don't explode. Raikon, Raziel, entertain him for only 10 minutes. In that time, I'll defeat him.
You will defeat me? Don't make me laugh. You're a simple monkey who hasn't been able to defeat any of my subordinates of my own. Goku, I'm counting on you. I've always trusted you, and this will be no exception. I'm even willing to be the bait as long as you defeat this guy. I'd rather die than help my father, but I'll give you all the time you need. At that moment, the duo of warriors would throw themselves against Dark Zeno, who, without trusting himself, would instantly drop an incredible pressure with which he wouldn't let them move freely.
I'm sure that you won't be able to do anything against me, but I won't trust you.
At that moment, Dark Zeno would begin to access a form of combat which had not been seen before. That is, the power it released was incredible, so much so that it would even cut off all the extremities of both warriors with a simple blast of air. Oh, I'm sorry, I thought your bodies were much more resistant. I promised to be much kinder to you.
I don't think they'll last 10 minutes. That wretch's power has been risen incredibly high.
However, behind Goku, all the gods and angels alike were ready for the final battle for good and evil. Lord Goku, don't worry, we're just as supportive in this great battle. We have no power compared to yours, but I'm sure that we'll not be defeated so easily. Goku, the most powerful warrior, you have left me surprised, and I'm sorry for leaving all the burden on your shoulders, but I trust you, my friend. At that moment, incredible powers would be felt all over the place. Gods, angels, attack! They all threw themselves against Dark Zeno, who, despite having incredible power, was not able to dodge the blows of all the warriors at once, which did not do him any harm, but it was a great nuisance. Worms, disappear, total annulment. Instantly, the power of the warriors would get out of control to what the great Zeno would take advantage of, giving him hundreds of blows ending the lives of all the gods. The angels, possessing the Ultra Instinct, were able to dodge several blows, but had been very badly wounded. Priests, angels, Raziel, attack! Let's not let it recover. We must give our lives for the multiverse that we love so much. The total annulment of the great Zeno Sama in that instant would be totally interrupted. That's right, Zeno Sama would likewise appear on the battlefield in his combat mode, releasing a suffocating pressure. My friend, I'm sorry for everything that happened in the past, but I'm here anyway. I'll help you complete the required time.
My friend, thank you very much to all the you done, and I thank you. I promise that in all this, first, it'll be the peace of all the multiverses.
This can't be possible. How have you been able to revive if I use my catastrophic energy so you can't come back to life? Something must have gone wrong with the catastrophe energy, but we were not completely annihilated. At the moment, Goku's power was rising in a surprising way, so much so that he would even go through each of his transformations, forming disasters all over the place. Dark Zeno, realizing this, at a great speed would try to stop him, but all the others would get in the way. We don't care if you finish with us. We'll give him the necessary time so that Son Goku could be able to finish with your pathetic existence. All the warriors had united to protect the multiverse, of which they were the most powerful, and they were all fighting together to finish off a single being. Dark Zeno would begin to exchange his expression as he felt his power. Goku would continue to rise in an unreal way. Instantly, the Oozaru face would form all over the place. That's right, Goku's true power was being released, and likewise all the power of the multiverses was accessing his body. Goku had even been able to access the omnipotence, even taking it to a new level. After a big explosion, Goku could be observed with a totally different appearance, which even had a few marks on his forehead.
I hope you're ready, as this is only 50% of my full power.
Goku would continue with the increase of his power, with which his fur would begin to grow again, accessing the characteristic golden fur, which was capable of making kings, celestials, archangels tremble, as the golden color reflecting impose it.
My friends, thank you very much for giving me the necessary time. Now you can leave everything in my hands. I won't let this guy get away with it.
Goku, are you sure you could take him? You could join forces to finish him off once and for all.
Don't worry, Zeno Sama. I have the power to take out this cheap copy of you.
You have a lot of guts to claim that you have the power to defeat me, but I want you to prove it. Goku at that moment, with a very serious look, he would be able to connect an incredible blow with enough power to make him fall on a planet and explode on contact.
What did you think of that punch? You're not able to keep up with my speed?
Dark Zeno would recover from the blows, so in that instant, both at incredible speeds would begin to exchange blows, which, with each exchange of blows, they felt all their power diminish. So it is, both warriors had completely forgotten the defense, only thinking of finishing each other off. Celestial Desire! Die! Goku, with his great speed, would be able to dodge that incredible attack, putting aside Dark Zeno being able to connect an incredible attack with which even a great explosion would be created.
Dad, you could do it! I trust you! I know you have much more power than this.
Just as all the other warriors were cheering him on, Goku, much more determined, began to destroy the defensive Dark Zeno with each exchange of blows so that he wasn't able to have enough power to dodge his most powerful attack. After 32 minutes of battle, both warriors were on the verge of death, with serious wounds which didn't allow them to continue.
It's time to finish you! Receive this! Attack of the Dragon God Destroyer!
The simple attack of Goku would be able to go through Zeno Sama, beginning to reduce him to simple atoms. Due to his energetic power that Goku possessed, Dark Zeno would disappear among all the universes. However, at the moment, Goku would also be out of combat, and all his energy veins seemed to be going to explode for so much power that he had used. The Shaken, which was the least injured, would approach Goku, holding him tightly. In my arms lies the savior of all the multiverses. He'll be remembered by all the multiverses for having the necessary power to finish with Dark Zeno. It had already been a few minutes in which Raikon could return to his time, having the necessary power to finish himself with Dark Zeno. So it is, in all this time, the power of all the other warriors in the same way continued to increase steadily.
I can finally say that it's all over. Like Goku, at least we can live without anyone or anything interrupting us. This makes me very happy.
Nevertheless, at the moment, Daishoken would appear at the planet of Nin, which required the presence of Goku in the Kingdom of Everything. At the moment of arriving, all the gods and angels would make a bow to Goku. My friend Goku will be the new ruler, since he has the necessary power to face any being from any universe.
Of course, as you command. Thank you very much for all this confidence. I promise to improve every day and protect all the planets and universes, since I, Kakarot, will be in charge of putting an end to all evil.
It was a normal day in the life of the inhabitants of planet Earth. People were eating in restaurants, walking with their families. There were children playing when suddenly a giant lightning bolt was seen in the sky that caused a strong movement throughout the Earth's surface. Buildings collapsed. People could not stand up. Windows exploded. All this resulted in car accidents and injuries. At the moment, a child was going to be pierced by a giant glass that fell from a building. Very close by, we see how a being that we cannot distinguish who it is flies through the skies at great speed, rescuing people who were in danger due to the strong movement. At the precise moment when the child was about to die, that being rescues him, seeing how a huge piece of glass explodes against the ground. We see how this hooded being stands up from behind, revealing that it was none other than Goku, who had been hidden for a long time because Daishoken and the angels wanted to see him dead. Goku, with a different appearance than the one we all know, after rescuing the boy, is amazed by the energy that emerges from the earth to the sky. We can see how Vegeta arrives at the place where Goku is together with the Z Warriors, who were still saving people from the disaster. Vegeta looks at Goku face to face and says, "Kakarot, insect, where have you been all this time?" At that moment, Gohan and Goten arrive and tell him, "Dad, where have you been?" "What happened to you, father?" All this happened while Piccolo, Krillin, Trunks, and Android 18 were rescuing the people affected by the movement. After having finished saving them, they arrive to where they are reunited with Goku and look at him very surprised. In a head-to-toe scan, we can see Goku's face very emaciated, with wounds and pronounced cheekbones because he had not tasted any kind of food for a long time. At that moment, we go back in time about 20 years ago. We see how Goku and his son Goten are walking together in the forest. Goku, talking to his son, says, "Hey Goten, are you ready to fish today?" To which Goten replies, "Yes, Dad. Will you show me the fastest way to catch them?" Goku, happy for his son's enthusiasm, replies, "Of course, Goten, but this time I'm going to try something different. Watch this." Goku dives into the water and after a short time comes out with a big jump with a huge fish moving on his hands. Goten, very surprised, says to his father, "Wow, Dad, how did you do that?" Goku, showing a very happy expression, says, "When I was little like you, Goten, I had to find my own food in order to live. You should try to give it a try." Goten, very excited, says to his father, "I'll try." And so Goten dives into the water to the joyful sight of his father, to which, on the first attempt, Goten fails to catch any fish. Seeing Goten's sad face, Goku encourages his son, saying, "Don't worry, Goten, it's a matter of practice and patience. The key is to be quick and not scare the fish." So Goten dives in again, but this time it takes a long time to come out. When suddenly Goku feels a very powerful key very close to where he was. Because of this, Goku worried about his son's dives in search of him. Once in the water, he sees Goten fainted and next to him a very strange artifact. Goku, worried about the state in which he found his son, swims to rescue him. At the moment, he was about to lift his son in his arms, ready to go to the surface, the strange artifact begins to emit a very sharp sound that only Goku hears. Wu, with a face of confusion and pain, tries to lift his son, but suddenly the artifact comes off the ground and permeates his chest. Once on his chest, the artifact stops emitting that strange sound and Goku stops feeling the ki of a moment ago. Goku does not take importance to what had happened to him and worried about his son. He lifts him up to get him out of the water. Once outside, Goku puts his son on the ground to revive him, but suddenly an unknown being appeared to him. This being had a greenish coat, blue hair with black tips, and it was a very strange appearance. But it did not seem to be something real. It looked like an illusion. Goku, upon realizing this being, became alert and put his son in good protection. After that, addressing the being, he asks him, "Who are you? What do you want here?" This being, without uttering a word, rushes at high speed towards Goku, who in an act of reflex manages to dodge the first blow. But the speed of the stranger exceeds him by far. Because of that, after dodging the first blow, the unknown being lunges with a kick to the head, which Goku barely manages to block, leaving his stomach exposed, where he takes the opportunity to impact a direct punch, automatically leaving Goku out of air, and thus returns to lunge with a blow to the nape of the neck. Goku, when he was about to lose consciousness, hears a voice in the distance that says, "Apparently this is my best guest that could touch me," saying this in a sarcastic way. "I hope my colleagues are in good condition." After hearing these words, Goku faints. A few minutes after the fleeting confrontation, Goku regains consciousness and realizing that the unknown being was no longer in the place, he looks for Goten, and when he finds him, he begins to unexpectedly and repeatedly call his name to make him react. Seeing that calling him had no effect, he feels his breathing and notices that he was almost not breathing. He creates an energy sphere in his hand and places it on Goten's chest. Once Goten revives the energy from his father, he reacts and spurts water from his mouth. Goten, with a puzzled expression, asks his father what had happened, to which Goku says, "I have the same question for you. What happened?" Goten tells him that at the precise moment he was about to capture the fish, he felt attracted to the artifact, which also tried to impregnate in his chest. At the time, Goten felt a strong source of energy that ran through every part of his body, which was very difficult to control, and felt how that strange energy weakened him until he lost consciousness and fainted. Goku had his thoughts, and that he also felt the same strange and very powerful energy running through his body, and worried about his son, asked him if he still felt that energy inside him. Goku, calmly and a little puzzled, told him no, that he only felt that when the artifact was trying to permeate him. While this was happening on Earth, Whis and Beerus went to the Kingdom of Everything to talk to Daishaken, since they had noticed him very tense and worried. Once they were already in the Kingdom of Everything, Daishaken appears with a very serious expression, while Whis and Beerus bow to him to show respect. Daishaken, relieved to see that Whis and Beerus were with him, tells them something very strange and dangerous is about to happen. Whis, with a puzzled expression, asks, "What is it, father? We'd noticed a certain tension in the air as we reached the realm of the whole." Beerus, yawning without realizing the seriousness of the fright, says to him, "Trouble again? What could be so dangerous to make Daishaken so worried? Serious and worried, the High Priest?" To which Daishaken replies, "Yes, I'm afraid so. A powerful entity has resurfaced, once we have not faced in a long time." Whis, with a very serious expression, says to him, "An unknown entity? Could it be one of the beings we left sealed away long ago?" "It is possible, Whis. Its energies are as dark as they are disconcerting. I cannot identify the source with certainty, but its power is overwhelming. Beerus, frowning, says, "Why should I worry about it? If it's that strong, I'll go destroy it." Daishinkan, with a very serious expression, explains, "It's not that simple, Lord Beerus. This entity seems to have the ability to change even the most ancient gods. We cannot underestimate it." Whis thoughtfully asks his father, "How do you suggest we deal with this situation, father?" "We need to gather information before we act rashly. Whis, Beerus, I trust you with the task of investigating. Find out all you can about this entity and any weaknesses it may have." Beerus, smiling confidently, exclaimed, "Good, good. A little action won't hurt." Nodding, Whis replies, "We will be on our way, Daishinkan, but be aware that if this entity threatens our universe, we will not hesitate to take drastic measures." "I understand, Whis. May wisdom guide your actions, and may you return with the information we need." After that conversation, Whis and Beerus depart for the hitherto unknown destination, while Daishinkan watches with concern, aware of the gravity of the situation looming in the realm of everything. As they were on their way back to Earth to ask for Goku and Vegeta's help, Whis recalls that when they were on their way to the realm of everything, he sensed a very strong and dangerous ki on planet Earth. Halfway through his quest in the universe, he stops and, confused, Beerus says to Whis, "What's wrong? Why are you stopping?" Whis, very serene, says to Beerus, "Oh, my dear Lord Beerus, it turns out on our way to the realm of everything, I detected a rather intriguing presence." Yawning, Beerus asks, "A mysterious entity? We didn't need to get any of what Daishinkan told us." Whis, with a nervous smile, replies, "Don't worry, Mr. Beerus. This time it doesn't seem to be a direct threat. I just felt a fleeting flash of power, something that crossed our path." Beerus frowns at Whis. "And you didn't give it any importance? Isn't that what Daishinkan was talking about?" "Well, the truth is, I didn't consider it an immediate threat. It was like a flash of power energy, but it disappeared as quickly as it came. It didn't seem to have any hostile intentions." Beerus, thinking about the situation, asks, "So what shall we do then? Does Daishinkan want us to investigate something like this?" "Yes, but I think the best option is to go ahead with our main mission, to find out what the entity has surfaced. The fleeting presence may be a mere detail compared to what awaits us." So Whis and Beerus went on their way through the universe, looking for the entity Daishinkan mentioned without giving so much importance to what happened on Earth. Back on Earth, the precise moment Goku rescued his son Goten, Goku, confused by what had happened to his son and the strange artifact that had impregnated in his chest, told Goten, "Let's go home immediately." As they flew on their way home, Goku tries to sense Vegeta's ki so he could teleport with him, as soon as he left his son with his mother Chi-Chi. At that moment, we see how Vegeta was already gathered by the Z Warriors, Krillin, Android 18, Piccolo, Tenshinhan, Chaos, Gohan, Future Trunks, and Master Roshi, who were talking about the strong and dark energy they had felt. Goku and Goten arrive home, and his mother, worried because they had taken a long time to return, runs to Goten and says, "Goten, son, are you alright?" To which Goten replies, "Don't worry, Mom, we're fine." Chi-Chi raises her head to Goku and notices that he's very serious. She lowers her gaze a little and notices the strange artifact he had on his chest. Chi-Chi asks him, "Goku, what's that you have there? Are you alright?" Goku immediately changes his expression with a fake smile reply, "Oh, don't worry, it's nothing important." Chi-Chi, in a very insistent way, "Goku, don't fool me, what happened?" "This thing I have on my chest. This very strange artifact I have on my chest. Well, it's a strange artifact, but I'm fine, really. I'm going to find out what it is and we'll get on with our lives." Chi-Chi, worried about Goku, hugs him and says, "Promise me you'll come back, Goku." To which Goku, with a smile, answers her yes. While he was about to make the teleportation, Goku says goodbye, saying to Goten, "Take care of your mother. I'll be right back." He teleports. Moments before Goku arrived to meeting the Z Warriors, as they were at Bulma's house, they were talking about what they had felt a moment ago. Vegeta, with a very serious expression, asks, "Did anyone else feel that dark energy? I can't identify it, but it's disturbing." Piccolo, frowning, replies, "Yes, I felt it. It's as if it disappeared immediately as soon as we felt it. Something's not right." Gohan, very worried, says, "Dad, Goten are with my mother. We should look for them." At that moment, Goku appears in front of them through teleportation and says very seriously,
guys, I felt a strange presence. Something happened with Goten, but I rescued him.
Piccolo, analyzing everything that happened, notices something strange on Goku's body and asks him, Goku, what's that artifact on your chest?
That's what I want to find out.
But before that,
I need to tell you something. To everyone's expectant and uncertain gaze, he says, the strange energy you felt came from this artifact in my chest.
Vegeta frowns and asks, how's it possible? Does that device emit that energy? Goku, somewhat worried, nods and says,
it seems so. The moment I rescued Goten, this artifact permeated my chest, and I began to feel an incredible amount of pressure coursing through every part of my body.
Piccolo, thinking about everything Goku was telling them, asks, and how did it get in your chest?
The artifact was underwater right next to Goten, who had fainted. As soon as I was approaching it, it emitted a very sharp sound that didn't allow me to get close to Goten. Despite that, I managed to get close, and out of nowhere, it jumped in front of my chest to stay there. After everything that had happened with Goten, I tried to take it off, but when I did it again, it came back to permeate my chest. We must find out what this artifact is and why it has such a great amount of power. I'm counting on you.
Vegeta, determined, says, let's do it. We won't let any threat catch us off guard.
Future Trunks earnestly tells everyone, I agree. Together, we'll figure out what's going on.
Goku thanks all his friends for the support they were giving him, but at that moment he changes his joyful expression to one of seriousness, as he remembered what had happened just before he lost consciousness. Gohan, noticing the sudden change in his father's expression, asks him,
Dad, what's wrong? Is there anything else you must tell us?
Vegeta adds, Insect, you're not hiding anything from us, are you? Goku remembered what had happened at that moment. With an expression of concern and anguish, he tells them about the fight he had with an unknown being, which exceeds his strength by far. And he remembers that the entity mentioned that he had colleagues that he had hoped would be alright. Piccolo, with fear but serene, says to Goku, Are you sure of what you're saying? For what you are telling us is very dangerous. If he surpasses your strength by far, in that case, we wouldn't stand a chance against him. We'd be a hindrance rather than a support, Goku. Goku, after hearing that, tells him what he felt in the confrontation.
The moment the unknown being appeared, I felt the same amount and type of power, and the dark ki that ran through my body as the strange artifact permeated my chest.
As soon as Goku finished telling what had happened, as soon as he got out of the water, Piccolo came up with an idea. It wasn't that far-fetched, but he could explain what the strange artifact was and why he was facing the unknown being. Piccolo, observing the artifact, turns to Goku saying, This looks familiar. It may be like a containment urn, like the ones we used at the Mafuba to seal powerful beings. Surprised Goku,
Really, Piccolo? Do you think this could be something like that?
Krillin, looking at the artifact,
An artifact like this one, used with the Mafuba on Goku's chest? Since when did battles become so complicated? There's always something new with you Saiyans.
Master Roshi, somewhat excited, but at the same time serious, exclaimed,
Mafuba! I remember when we sealed King Piccolo with that. Do you think Goku has such a strong enemy inside?
Future Trunks, analyzing what had happened, says,
It makes sense. The Mafuba urns are powerful devices to contain evil energies. Could this artifact have sealed something?
I don't care if it's from the Mafuba or anywhere else. I just want to know how to get rid of this thing once and for all. It's a possibility. The urns we use to keep very strong enemies under control, but why did it attach yourself to Goku?
I'm not sure, but what I do know is that this energy is linked to a very powerful entity.
Whatever it is, if it's linked to that artifact, we cannot underestimate it. So, what do you plan to do, Kakarot? At that moment, the Kaio-sama of the North telepathically communicates with Goku to tell him that he had information about the powerful energy that they felt, and the mysterious artifact that permeated his chest. Kaio-sama tells him to get to his planet quickly.
First, we need information. Kaio-sama has information about this artifact and the being that might be inside it. We must go to Kaio-sama so we can find out what we're dealing with.
Vegeta nods and Goku continues.
Exactly, but first, I need your help. If there are any more entities like this, the Earth could be in danger. And with this connection to the artifact, I could put them at risk. Therefore, I'll only go to Kaio-sama to get the information to get rid of this artifact.
Kakarot, don't even think that you'll do this alone. I'll go with you, Insect. I can't accept that you become stronger than me. Goku accepts and asks him to put his hand on his shoulder. Once Goku and Vegeta left, the Z Warriors sensed unknown presences on the planet, so they split into groups and flew off at high speed to go investigate. With the reevaluation that the artifact at Goku's chest might be like a containment urn, similar to those used in Mafuba, the Z Warriors faced an increasingly complex and dangerous situation. Uncertainty about what such an artifact contains and how it is connected to the mysterious dark energy fills them with worry. While Goku and Vegeta were to where Zeno Sama and the Z Warriors went to investigate the unknown presences they had detected in space, Whis and Beerus, after having traversed much of space, felt a strong amount of dark energy, so they immediately head to where it was. As they are about to reach the source of the dark energy, the pressure in the air becomes more intense as they get closer, and the unknown entity awaits their arrival. Why do I feel like this is going to be more complicated than we thought? Mr. Beerus, the information we gain here could be crucial to understanding the threat we face on Earth. The unknown entity, surrounded by a dark aura, reveals itself in front of Whis and Beerus. Its presence is overwhelming and a sinister laugh echoes in space. Unknown entity mockingly welcomes them, saying, "I expected your arrival. You took longer than I expected. Do not underestimate the gods. We're here to stop any threat that endangers our universe." Before any confrontation, can you tell us who you are and what you're doing here? Oh, that's funny. I'm known as Ryuk, disciple of the Devourer of Worlds. I have come to free the Master, the most powerful being who ever lived. The expression on Whis' and Beerus' faces become much more serious upon hearing Ryuku's name. Ryuk, that name rings a bell. Ryuk is an ancient threat, Lord Beerus. His master, he and the other disciples were sealed away a millennia ago due to his unquenchable thirst for power and destruction. So it looks like we have a problem. This time it won't be as easy sealing him again. The space fills with palpable tension as Ryuk, surrounded by a dark and malevolent aura, confronts Whis and Beerus. The dark energy emanating from him seems to distort the very fabric of space around him. Problem, you say? You are correct, little god. The Master has been patiently awaiting your release. And now, with my arrival, that time has finally come. Beerus moves into combat stance with a determined expression on his face, while Whis remains composed but alert. I have no time for games. If your master is a threat, we'll stop you here and now. Tell us more about your master. Understanding his motivations might help us find a peaceful solution. Ryuk chuckles mischievously, revealing his sharp fangs, that disappears in a dark flash before reappearing behind Beerus with astonishing speed. There's nothing they can do to stop the Master's inevitable resurgence, but before that, they could entertain me. The battle begins. Ryuk throws a swift punch towards Beerus, but the Destroyer guy nimbly dodges and responds with an energy punch that Ryuk blocks easily. Meanwhile, Whis watches carefully, waiting for the right moment to intervene. Ryuk's speed is impressive, but Beerus manages to keep up. They exchange blows and energy blasts in a combat that seems to defy the laws of space itself. Ryuk's dark energy distorts reality around him, making its impact more dangerous and intense. Oh, Beerus, your speed is amazing, but that dark energy is problematic. I suggest you be careful with your movements. Beerus nods as he dodges an enemy attack and counterattacks with an energy wave. Ryuk, undeterred, vanishes and reappears in front of Whis, challenging him to enter the fight. And you, assistant of the god, will you dare to face me? Whis smiles serenely and disappears in a flash, only to reappear behind Ryuk. I have no intention of fighting, but if that's what you wish. Before Whis finishes his sentence, Ryuk turns around and launches his fierce attack towards him. Whis, with his extraordinary speed, dodges each blow with grace. Space convulsed with the fury of the cosmic confrontation between Whis, Beerus, and Ryuk. Each move shattered reality itself. As Ryuk's dark energy and the god's divine blasts intertwined in a demonstration of opposing forces. Ryuk, his ominous figure shrouded in a dark aura, moved with breathtaking speed. His sinister left echoed through the emptiness of space, challenging the gods who faced him. This guy's faster than I thought. As Beerus' words fade away, Ryuk disappears in the blink of an eye and reappears in front of him with a punch charged with dark energy. Beerus manages to block the attack, but the force of impact sends shockwaves through space. Ryuk breaks away from Beerus with a smirk, and in a flash lunges towards Whis. His movements were fluid. Whis, on the other hand, moves gracefully, dodging each blow with the grace of a cosmic dancer. This dark power is intriguing, but it is out of balance. Ryuk, frustrated by Whis' evasive ability, concentrates his dark energy in his hands and launches it as a flare. Whis responds by creating an energy barrier, but the resulting collision sends shockwaves through space, shaking nearby stars. Beerus takes advantage of Ryuk's distraction and lunges at him with a punch charged with divine energy. Ryuk blocks the blow, but the resulting force causes an explosion that creates the ephemeral supernova in the cosmos. The fight continues with unmatched speed. Ryuk demonstrates his skill in anticipating the god's moves, while Beerus and Whis unleash their divine power to counter the darkness that threatens to engulf them. In a moment of pause, Ryuk grins mischievously and his dark aura begins to intensify. A transformation was underway. The darkness concentrates around his body, forming a sort of dark cocoon that breaks, revealing a transformed figure. Now Ryuk has evolved. His previous form pales in comparison to the manifestation of his current power. His figure has become more imposing, with twisted shadows dancing around him as if they were extensions of his own essence. Sharp fangs glow with dark radiance, and his eyes emit a malevolent light. This is just a glimpse of my true power. Beerus and Whis exchange a worried glance. The pressure in the air becomes even more intense. Ryuk, now in his transformation form, launches himself towards the gods with outstanding speed. Beerus tries to counterattack with a sphere of divine energy, but Ryuk dodges each projectile with ease, moving through the bursts of light with supernatural agility. Meanwhile, Whis stands in reverse, watching the fight with analytical eyes. In a quick blink, Ryuk appears in front of Beerus and unleashes a series of vicious blows. The sonic sounds of punches and echoes kicked through space as the gods and devourer of worlds, discipled, plunge into a frenzy of combat. Beerus, struggling to keep up with Ryuk's speed, takes a direct punch to the stomach that sends him drifting into space. Before he can recover, however, Ryuk lunges at him and blasts him with a barrage of blows. The situation becomes even more complicated when Ryuk, in a ruthless act, concentrates dark energy in his hand and drives it through Beerus' abdomen. The Destroyer God lets out a roar of pain as darkness spreads from the point of impact. Whis, seeing the stark reality, springs into action. His figure flashes in space as he stands in front of Ryuk, blocking his attacks. I cannot allow you to harm my lord in this way. Whis' divine energy collides with Ryuk's darkness in a show of cosmic power. The battle intensifies and the fate of the universe hangs in the balance as the confrontation between light and darkness reaches its climax. The confrontation between Whis and Ryuk intensified as space became the stage for their fierce cosmic battle. The clash of divine and dark energies echoed in the void of the universe, creating ripples that stretched to the far reaches of space. You think you can stop me, Whis? The master of divine martial arts, Whis, maintained his serene composure as he resisted the onslaught of the devourer of worlds disciple. His divine aura glowed brightly, fighting against the darkness that threatened to envelop him. Whis, with a wave of his hand, unleashed a blast of divine energy that forced Ryuk back momentarily. However, the smile on the dark being's face revealed that he was far from giving up. Ryuk, your quest for power will only lead to destruction. Ryuk, releasing a sinister laugh, launched himself at Whis with renowned furiosity. Each exchange of blows was like a clash of titans, with the fate of the universe hanging in the balance. Meanwhile, Beerus was recovering from the wounds inflicted by Ryuk, watching the battle with critical eyes. The darkness that had pierced his abdomen was beginning to dissipate thanks to divine regeneration, but the experience had left an indelible mark. This creature is more formidable than I imagined. Determined not to be a mere spectator, Beerus joined the battle with renowned determination. His figure flashed with divine energy that rivaled Whis', creating a spectacle of light and shadow in space. The three powerful beings engaged in a cosmic dance, with flashes of divine and dark energy illuminating the vastness of the universe. Ryuk, without losing his smirk, took advantage of his transformation to increase his speed and strength, challenging the gods with every move. The combat reached new levels of complexity when Whis, in a flash of cunning, unleashed a divine teleportation technique. He moved at the speed of thought, appearing and disappearing at different points in space, keeping Ryuk on the defensive. You can't dodge me forever, Whis. As Whis and Ryuk clashed in space, Beerus focused on channeling his divine energy. The Destroyer God sank into a meditative state, concentrating on unleashing his true power. Beerus' transformation was gradual but impactful. His figure was enveloped in a golden aura, and his eyes shone with the intensity of a star. Divine power flowed through him, manifesting in a form that only the mightiest gods could attain, allowing the grievous wound left by Ryuk to be healed. Time to put an end to this. The reborn Beerus lunged towards Ryuk with unparalleled speed. Each blow he delivered was imbued with overwhelming divine energy. Ryuk, though powerful, was overwhelmed by the onslaught of the Destroyer God. Meanwhile, Whis continued his cosmic ballet, defying the laws of space and time with his speed and agility. Every move was calculated, every blow strategically executed. The battle reached its climax as Beerus and Whis coordinated, combining their attacks to create a symphony of divine energy that enveloped Ryuk. The pressure in the air became almost tangible, and the cosmos itself seemed to rumble with the intensity of the conflict. Do you have anything to say, Ryuk? Ryuk, gravely wounded but still defiant, let out a shrill laugh. His figure writhed as the dark energy tried to resist the overwhelming pressure of the gods. This is not the end, gods. My master will be released, and his darkness will devour all. Beerus, showing no mercy, unleashed a sphere of concentrated divine energy and hurled it directly at Ryuk. The resulting explosion illuminated the space, dispelling the darkness that had lingered. Silence fell over the space as the gods watched the wreckage of the battle. Ryuk lay motionless, defeated, but not destroyed. His threat had been contained, at least for now. This is not over. We need to find out more about his master and any threat that may arise. Whis nodded, sharing the same determination. The reality of the danger that stalked the universe became more apparent, and the gods knew they had to prepare to face even greater challenges. The cosmic explosion that marked the end of the fierce battle dissipated into the vast space, leaving Whis and Beerus floating in momentary tranquility. As they regained their composure, a flash of gold announced the arrival of Daishinkan, the High Priest, who appeared before them with a serene but worried expression. I see you've dealt with the threat, dear Whis and Beerus. Yes, Father. Ryuk has been contained, at least for now. But this isn't the end, is it? Daishinkan smiled wisely as he held in his hands a strange artifact, a glowing sphere that emanated an energy like the one they felt during the battle. This is what I wanted to show you. It's known as the Sphere of Divine Containment, an ancient artifact capable of sealing beings of great power and darkness. Beerus and Whis watched intently as Daishinkan explained the function of the sphere and how it was used to keep the most dangerous entities in the universe at bay. This artifact has been kept in safekeeping for eons. It's only brought to light in extreme situations. The dark energy they felt came from one of these sealed entities, released by Ryuk's recklessness. Whis and Beerus exchanged worried glances as they assimilated the information. Who are these sealed entities? They are beings from the distant past, fallen gods and creatures whose thirst for power make them uncontrollable. This sphere of divine containment is our safeguard against their resurgence. So, Ryuk was one of them, and his master? His master is the Devourer of Worlds, an even more ancient and dangerous being. His release could jeopardize existence itself. The gravity of the situation hung heavy in the air as Daishinkan continued to explain the importance of keeping the Sphere of Divine Containment safe and sealing Ryuk again. Now that Ryuk has been contained, it's crucial that he returns to his place of safekeeping. But we also need to get information from him. We need to know more about the Devourer of Worlds' plans and any threats that may arise. Beerus, Whis, and Daishinkan shared a determined look. The task was not complete. There is still work to be done. If interrogating Ryuk could give us answers, we'll do so, but we must proceed with caution. The information we gathered will be essential to prepare for future threats. Also, we need to reinforce the security of the sphere of divine containment. Daishenkin, with a nod of his head, showed his approval of the god's decision.
Very well. Let us return to the realm of all and set preparations in motion. The safety of the universe depends on us.
The three gods, with the glowing sphere in hand, teleported to the realm of all, ready to confront the shadows of the past and ensure the stability of the universe. The spheres of divine containment, now more than ever, became the beacon of hope amidst the darkness that threatened to emerge. Meanwhile on Earth, the Z warriors, divided into groups, scattered into the sky in the direction of the unknown presences they had sensed on the planet of the northern Zeno Sama. In the air, they moved at impressive speeds, ready to face any threat that crossed their path. On Zeno Sama's planet, Goku and Vegeta appeared thanks to teleportation, scarring Zeno Sama with serious and determined expressions. Zeno Sama, who was waiting for them, welcomed them with nervous gestures.
Goku, Vegeta, I'm glad you came so quickly. The information I have is crucial.
We need to know what this artifact is and what threat it poses.
We don't have time to waste. What do you know?
Zeno Sama nodded and led the Saiyans to his small home on the planet. Once inside, they unfolded an ancient scroll that revealed information about a mystical artifact known as the Cosmic Core of Containment. He explained that this artifact was used by the ancient gods to seal entities of great evil and power, preventing them from wreaking havoc in the universe.
This artifact is so ancient that there are hardly any records of its creation. It was thought to be lost, but apparently all this time it was hidden on planet Earth.
And how is it supposed to be sealed?
Tell us at once.
Zeno Sama explained that the Cosmic Core of Containment could be opened by a being of great power, but in doing so, the seal would be transferred to the first being it encountered. If the seal was not broken immediately, it would merge with that being, granting it power, but also binding it to the duty of keeping the evil sealed.
And how the heck did it end up in Goku's chest?
That's the puzzling thing. It seems that this artifact shows Goku as its carrier.
Goku, with an expression of astonishment, began to grasp the magnitude of the situation. He was now the bearer of an artifact containing an entity of indescribable evil. So you mean I'm now responsible for keeping this evil under control?
What an honor, Kakarot! It seems you've become the guardian of evil.
But there is something else. The being sealed inside the urn is incredibly powerful. He is known as Bahamut, the Devourer of Worlds. It is an ancient entity that has consumed entire worlds.
The gravity of the situation was reflected on the faces of Goku and Vegeta. Not only did they have to face the mysterious artifact in Goku's chest, but also the dark entity sealed within. Then we have an important task. We must keep Bahamut under control and, at the same time, figure out how to free ourselves from this burden.
Yes, make no mistake, Kakarot. If this threatens Earth, I'll not hesitate to stop you.
Meanwhile on Earth, the Z warriors faced unusual pressure as they prepared for combat. Each group was ready to deal with the entities they had sensed at Bulma's house, which were minions of Bahamut, the Devourer of Worlds. The dark energy surrounding these minions was intense, and the very air seemed to vibrate with their malevolent presence. The group of Krillin, Master Roshi, and Android 18 encountered one of Bahamut's 4 minions standing on the ground, humanoids with a black, malevolent aura. The Z warriors prepared for the confrontation with Krillin, Android 18, and Master Roshi, adopting combat stances. In a chaotic dance of dark energy and flickering explosions, the confrontation between the Z warriors and Bahamut's henchmen unfolded on the cosmic stage of Earth's defense. Krillin, Android 18, and Master Roshi, 3 warriors of varying experience and skills, faced a dark menace that threatened to plunge the planet into an abyss of destruction. The stage was permeated with a tense atmosphere as the 3 warriors assumed combat stances, ready to defend the Earth against Bahamut's henchmen, a being whose malevolent aura eclipsed even the intensity of the sun. I don't know who you are, but we'll not allow you to harm our planet! Krillin's words echoed in the air, charged with determination. Bahamut's henchman, a humanoid with a black, malevolent aura, advanced with ferocity, launching a dark attack. Krillin, in a display of amazing agility, dodged the attacks, moving like a gust of wind across the battlefield. Poison! In the blink of an eye, Krillin created his signature energy disc and launched it towards the henchman. Kaizen spun furiously, cutting through the air as it headed towards its target. However, the henchman displayed unmatched skill as he dodged the spinning attack, moving with an agility that defied comprehension. The henchman counterattacked with a series of dark, swift strikes, but Krillin was unwilling to give up. With precise and quick movements, he blocked most of the attacks, responding with quick and precise counterattacks. The combat dance between Krillin and the henchman painted a picture of speed and skill, where each movement could change the tide of the battle. Meanwhile, Master Roshi, the aged warrior with vast experience in martial arts, watched the confrontation with a knowing smile. He adopted a firm posture, waiting for his moment to intervene.
You've chosen the wrong man to fight. I've seen more battles than you can imagine.
As Bahamut's henchman lunged towards him, Master Roshi moved with unique grace, dodging the attacks with precise movements and counterattacking with a series of energy blasts. The old man's experience and cunning proved to be a formidable challenge for the henchman, who was forced to deploy all his skills to confront the master. On the other hand, Android 18, the android warrior with formidable strength, advanced towards the henchman with determination. Her eyes glowed with an intense blue light as she unleashed her powerful android energy. Do not underestimate the strength of androids. With a quick wave of his hands, Android 18 launched a wave of energy towards the henchman. The latter, though impressed by the ferocity of the android warrior, showed no signs of recoiling. Instead, it lunged toward her with surprising speed, throwing dark blows that Android 18 dodged with cybernetic agility. The battle between Android 18 and the minion was a display of strength and speed, the bursts of energy lighting up the sky. Both fought with an intensity that could shake the foundations of the universe. Meanwhile, Android 18, a formidable warrior created by Dr. Gero, was ready to demonstrate her immense power. She charged her energy, her body radiating a red glow, and lunged towards the henchman with determination. Don't underestimate me. I'm stronger than you think. The henchman responded with a sudden surge of his dark aura, unleashing a surge of energy that pushed Android 18 back. The force of the impact created a shockwave, kicking up dust and debris in its wake. The battle was intense. Every move had a purpose and every attack resonated with the Z Warriors' determination to protect their home. Explosions of energy followed one after another, lighting up the battlefield like fireworks in the dark night of space. However, the true magnitude of the threat was yet to be fully revealed. This henchman was only one of 4 sent by Bahamut, and the fate of Earth depended on the ability of the Z Warriors to pass this first test. On the horizon, the other 3 minions awaited their turn, ready to plunge into the fray and test their bravery and skills of Earth's defenders. The intensity of the battle increased with each moment, and while Krillin, Android 18, and Master Roshi fought against the henchmen, other groups of Z Warriors faced similar challenges in different locations around the planet. The fate of the Earth hung in the delicate balance of the unfolding cosmic battle, and each warrior was determined to give everything for the survival of his home. While the first group of warriors were defending Earth on Kaio-sama's planet in the small house, it was permeated with a tense atmosphere and solemnity as Goku, Vegeta, and Kaio-sama were immersed in the gravity of the situation. The ancient scroll spread out on the table revealed the secrets of an ancient artifact, and the weight now rested on Goku's shoulders. So you mean I'm now responsible for keeping this evil under control? The responsibility rested on Goku like a heavy mantle. The cosmic core of containment, that ancestral artifact, had chosen Goku as its carrier, and within it was Bahamut, the devourer of worlds. The gravity of the situation was reflected in the eyes of the Saiyan, who was already mentally preparing himself for a colossal task ahead. What an honor, Kakarot. Seems you've become the guardian of evil. The irony of Vegeta's voice did not go unnoticed. While his words might have been sarcastic, the determination in his eyes indicated that, despite any jokes, they were in this together. But there's something else. The being inside the artifact is incredibly powerful. The information left Goku and Vegeta silent. Bahamut, the name echoed in their minds like the distant echo of a coming storm, consuming entire worlds was a threat they could not underestimate. Then we have an important task. We must keep Bahamut under control and at the same time figure out how to free ourselves from this burden. The pact was sealed. Together, Goku and Vegeta would take on the challenge of containing Bahamut and discovering a way to free themselves from the burden they now carried. The remaining question was how they would confront the dark entity that lay in Goku's chest. But before they could formulate a plan, a vibration in the air alerted them to the arrival of others.
It seems your friends are in trouble. Go help them.
Goku and Vegeta nodded in a gesture and understanding and, with serious expressions, headed for the door. With a mighty leap, they launched themselves into the sky, ready to join the battle raging on planet Earth. At the moment that Kaiosama gave the information to Goku and Vegeta, on Earth appeared another henchman of Bahamut who met with the duo of Tenshinhan. This henchman of Bahamut seemed to be an expert in dark martial arts. He moved with supernatural agility, challenging the Z warriors with swift and lethal movements.
Do not underestimate the strength of humans. Kikoho!
Tenshinhan launched his powerful Kikoho attack, creating an explosion of energy that enveloped Bahamut's henchmen.
This is no ordinary enemy. I must use my powers wisely.
Chaos unleashing his magic, creating illusions and distractions to confuse Bahamut's henchmen. The battle was unfolding on multiple levels, with the Z warriors fighting against this enemy who seemed to understand the combat arts in unexpected ways. At that moment, realizing that the power with which they were facing Bahamut's henchmen was not enough to stop him, thanks to Chaos's distraction, they took the opportunity to try to escape. But they did not count on the great speed of their rival who, realizing that they wanted to escape, caught up with them, disappearing from the place where he was and appearing in front of them. At the precise moment in which he was about to eliminate Chaos and Tenshinhan, two people appeared between them and their rival Goku and Vegeta. Goku and Vegeta, with their gazes fixed on Bahamut's henchmen, shared a silent understanding. The gravity of the situation was clear on their faces, but there was no room for doubt.
Tenshinhan! Chaos! Go and warn the others about this threat. We need time to deal with this.
We don't want them to get hurt because of us. Go! We'll take care of this. Tenshinhan and Chaos nodded, recognizing the determination in the Saiyans' voices. Wasting no time, they sped away, leaving Goku and Vegeta facing their formidable opponent. Bahamut's henchman, emanating overwhelming darkness, showed no signs of backing down. His eyes glowed with malice, aware of the battle ahead. The Z warriors were prepared to face any threat, and this would be no exception.
It's clear that this won't be easy.
That's what makes it exciting. Let's do it, Kakarot. Goku and Vegeta charged at Bahamut's henchmen with impressive speed. At the moment when both warriors were fighting a battle that could change the fate of Earth, this being who presented himself as Bahamut's henchman, this dark entity with a humanoid shape but a bird's head, was going to be surprised by the abilities of the Saiyan warriors. In the middle of the combat, of all the show of strength between both warriors and this dark being, Takagami, with a confused face but confident that his strength was far superior to that of these earthly warriors, thought, I'm amazed at the strength these earthly beings possess. I guess they deserve to know who'll kill them. Then at that moment he told them with a malevolent smile, he said, I've been surprised by warriors. That's why they deserve to know my name. I'm Takagami, sacred god of darkness, follower of the supreme god Bahamut. Goku, very surprised of what he's hearing, said, More gods? This sounds very dangerous and it's exciting. Bug, shut up! The life of this planet's at risk and you get excited about a being that's very powerful. The speed of the combat accelerated as Goku and Vegeta pounced on Takagami. The energy in the air became dense, vibrating with the intensity of the impending confrontation. Takagami, with his dark aura, stood his ground, disdainfully watching the approaching Saiyans. Do you think you have a chance against the power of darkness? Goku and Vegeta continued their advance, wasting no time in unnecessary words. In the blink of an eye, they were in front of Takagami, unleashing a gale of blows. Takagami, with surprising agility, dodged many of the attacks, but some managed to land, demonstrating the strength of the Saiyans. Don't underestimate the power of a Saiyan! Come on, God of Darkness. Show us what you can do. Takagami responded to the challenge, unleashing his own fury. His speed and combat skills were amazing, deflecting the blows of Goku and Vegeta with subtle movements. The battle turned into a whirlwind of punches, kicks, and ki blasts, lighting up the sky with flashes of light and darkness. They're just insects in front of the power of eternal darkness! Goku in his base state and Vegeta, with their pride as the Saiyan Prince, continued to put pressure on Takagami. However, as the battle progressed, Takagami began to reveal more of his true power. His dark aura intensified, and his form subtly changed, revealing a transformation that increased his power exponentially. This can't be good. Goku, always excited for a challenge, added, "Vegeta, get ready! This is getting interesting." Takagami's increased power created an overwhelming pressure on the battlefield. His speed increased dramatically, and his strength eclipsed that of the Saiyans. However, Goku and Vegeta were not intimidated. With determination, they raised their own power of levels, taking the battle to new heights. The fighting continued with swift attacks and explosions shaking the battlefield. Goku and Vegeta, now in more advanced forms, kept up the pace, challenging Takagami at every turn. However, despite his efforts, the sacred god of darkness proved to be a formidable adversary. This is entertaining, but your resistance is useless. The darkness consumes everything. Goku and Vegeta, without giving up, exchanged determined glances. Vegeta, it's time to go further. Of course, Kakarot. As Chaos and Ten Shinhan rushed to warn the other Z warriors, the confrontation between Goku, Vegeta, and Takagami entered a new level of intensity. The struggle for the fate of the universe was in full swing. The cosmic battle was raging on planet Earth, where darkness and light collided in a frantic dance of energy. Goku and Vegeta, the brave Saiyans, were facing Takagami, the Falcon, sacred god of darkness. The intensity of the combat resonated in the universe, and every movement threatened to tear reality itself apart. Takagami, who had increased his power, floated in the air with an imposing presence and dark aura. His eyes glowed with malice as he watched the Saiyans, who stood firm, prepared to defend their fate of the planet. In response to their enemies' increased power, Goku and Vegeta channeled their ki to the maximum, raising their power to the Super Saiyan. Vegeta, this guy's strong, but that only means that this fight will be even better. Of course, Kakarot. This is our time to shine. The planet Earth vibrated with the energy released by the three contenders. The distant stars seemed to pale before the magnitude of the conflict. The clouds were dissipated by such a demonstration of power. Takagami, with his increased speed, lunged at Goku with a darkness-laden punch. Goku, using his elasticity and quickness, dodged gracefully, leaving a trail of flashes around him by the speed at which Takagami was lashing out with his nigh-speed punches. Vegeta, with a burst of ki, stepped between Goku and Takagami, blocking an attack that would have been devastating his fellow Saiyan. The shockwave from the collision sent debris in all directions. I expected nothing less from you, sacred god of darkness. Takagami defiantly unleashed a series of dark blasts towards Goku and Vegeta. The Saiyans responded with perfect timing, countering each attack with precise strikes and energy waves. The scene looked like a combat symphony, where every movement was choreographed with divine precision. Goku, with a twinkle in his eye, concentrated his energy on his hands. A bluish sphere of energy began to form, growing in size and luminosity. Vegeta, observing the familiar technique, smiled as he recognized the power that Goku was summoning. A colossal energy wave fired by Goku shot through the sky like lightning, hitting Takagami squarely. However, the darkness was absorbing the energy, and the Falcon emerged unscathed, laughing disdainfully. Is that all you have, Saiyan? While Goku was recovering from the effort of his attack, Vegeta launched himself at Takagami with supersonic speed. His fist slammed into the Dark God, creating a shockwave that shook the air. However, Takagami responded with a burst of energy that sent Vegeta backwards. Damn, this guy's stronger than I thought. Goku, recovering, joined the battle again. Both Saiyans, aware that they were facing a formidable enemy, decided that it was time to take the fight to the next level. Vegeta, how about we show what we can really do? Of course, Kakarot. Let's do it. Goku and Vegeta began to accumulate energy around them. The atmosphere was charged with an intensity of their ki as they unleashed their advanced forms. Goku transformed into the Super Saiyan Blue, while Vegeta assumed his evolved form, the evolved Blue Super Saiyan. Are they taking each other seriously now? Goku and Vegeta, with their new forms, advanced towards Takagami with renewed determination. The speed and strength of the Saiyans were now incomparable. The impacts resounded like cosmic thunder, creating a symphony of destruction in the sky. The battle became even more intense. Goku and Vegeta, coordinating their movements, attacked Takagami with an impressive combination of techniques and melee attacks. The Falcon, despite its power, was overwhelmed by the ferocity of the Saiyans. Final flash! The bursts of energy, one blue and one golden, converged into a titanic explosion that engulfed Takagami. Light and darkness mixed in a burst of dazzling colors. However, when the explosion dissipated, Takagami emerged once more, his form slightly battered, but his determination intact. His power is awesome, but I'm a god. The darkness cannot be defeated so easily. Goku and Vegeta, without giving up, continued the offensive. The speed of his combat reached levels that defied comprehension. Punches and kicks were exchanged in a split second, creating a glow of cosmic collisions. Big Bang Attack! Kaioken 20 times! The energy exploded again, shaking the sky with its fury. However, Takagami, with his divine resistance, withstood the attacks. The battle raged across the cosmos, with the warriors disappearing and reappearing in flashes of light and shadow. In the middle of the struggle, Goku and Vegeta began to feel an overwhelming pressure. Takagami's darkness seemed to expand, defying even the limits of the most powerful Saiyans. Reality itself was twisting under the influence of dark energy. This darkness is incredibly strong. We can't back down now, Kakarot. We must get over this. Both Saiyans raised their powers even more. The fight reached a new peak of intensity. The Saiyan was exploding like fireworks in the vastness of the night sky, lighting up the darkness with flashes of determination and defiance. Takagami, at the epicenter of the storm, smiled ominously. Now you'll see the true power of eternal darkness. The universe trembled as the battle reached its climax. The warriors were fighting for the fate of everything they knew, and the question that lingered in space was whether the light of the Saiyans could overcome the darkness of the sacred god. The planet Earth rumbled with the intensity of the cosmic battle. Goku and Vegeta, drenched in sweat, maintained their advanced forms as they prepared for Takagami's next assault. Darkness was emanating from his figure, but something seemed out of place. The Dark God's skin had a grayish hue, as if he had not yet completed the possession of its wearer. Takagami, with a guttural laugh, seemed to notice the perplexity in the Saiyans' expressions. Surprise, Saiyans! I've not yet revealed all my power. Goku and Vegeta exchanged puzzled looks. Something was not right, and both warriors felt it. At that moment, Takagami convulsed. A new form shook, as if he was fighting against something. An invisible force seemed to pull at him from within. No, I haven't taken complete control yet! Suddenly, a burst of dark energy enveloped Takagami, hiding him from view. The Saiyans were on guard, prepared for any surprise. Their energy in the air became denser, as if the cosmos itself was on the verge of transformation. What's going on? Before they could form any more questions, the dark energy dispersed, revealing Takagami's true form. However, what they saw took their breath away. At the moment of arriving at his true form, he let himself see the body he was possessing. This body was Yamcha's. Once the warriors saw that, Takagami completed his bird-headed humanoid form, and now the true form of the sacred god of destruction was clearly revealed. The falcon's head was clearly shown, with a defined musculature but a thin body, wearing blue Egyptian clothes with gold bracelets and a gold necklace. Huge wings which disappeared and appeared at their whim. Now, Takagami had something going for him. He was playing against the Saiyan warriors. Not only should he defeat them, but they should also avoid harming Yamcha. That's what Yamcha looks like! Takagami's rumbling laughter filled the space. Now completely in possession of Yamcha's body, the Dark God was displaying a malevolent smile. That's right, Saiyans. This weak body belongs to me now. Vegeta gritted his teeth furiously.
Damn it! How dare you possess one of us? It's not just one Saiyan. Soon all of you will become Bahamut puppets. The reality of the situation hit Goku and Vegeta, but the force of the cosmic impact, the dark entity they were facing was not only a dark god, but also had the power of possessing earthling warriors. Yamcha, now inside the sacred god of darkness, did not have any sign of consciousness. The god had taken control of his being completely. Ha 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 ha! There's no escape. Bahamut will be released, and this universe will fall into eternal darkness. Goku and Vegeta shared a determined look. They knew the threat was even greater now. Not only were they fighting a dark god, they were also faced the possibility of losing their friends and allies in this fight. Vegeta, we have to find a way to free Yamcha and stop Takagami. Of course, Kakarot. But first, we have to deal with this dark god. The battle continued, but now the situation was more desperate. Takagami, with Yamcha's body, unleashed an unstoppable fury. The Saiyans struggled not only against eternal darkness, but also against the weight of facing one of their own companions. Explosions of energy lit up the sky, but the inner struggle of Goku and Vegeta was equally intense. Every blow, every burst of ki resonated with the promise of freeing Yamcha and saving the universe from the threat of Bahamut. But Takagami wasn't going to give up so easily. Do you think you could beat one of the World Eater's henchmen? The dark energy intensified in the ultimate form of the sacred god of darkness. Now, the freedom to be able to use all his power launched relentless attacks. Goku and Vegeta, with their advanced forms, were fighting with all their might, but the darkness had a firm grip. The struggle dragged on. Every moment seemed like an eternity. Yamcha, although he was just a contender for Takagami, at one point during the fight showed signs of pain on his face. It was as if his very essence was fighting against the darkness that was consuming her. Yamcha, hold on! Let's get you out of this! But Goku's words were lost in the storm. Takagami, with a maniacal laugh, continued his assault. The Earth, witness of this cosmic conflict, trembled before the magnitude of the confrontation between light and darkness. Somewhere far away, Chaos and Ten Shinhan, after learning the other Z warriors about the threat, returned to the battlefield. Seeing the situation, Ten Shinhan's face filled with fury as Chaos clenched his fist determinedly. Takagami, I'll make sure you pay for this! Both warriors joined the fight, but even with their abilities, facing a dark god who possessed one of his own would not be so easy. The battle turned into a desperate struggle to face Yamcha and stop Bahamut before he was released. During the chaos, Goku and Vegeta shared a look of determination. The darkness could be powerful, but the light of the Saiyans would shine even in the darkest moments. The battle for the fate of the universe was far from over, and Earth's heroes were ready to face any challenges that stood in their way. Taking a trip to the past, one day before the strange artifact was impregnated into Goku's chest, after rescuing his son Goten, Yamcha, oblivious to the imminent danger that was coming, was exploring an ancient Egyptian pyramid during an archaeological expedition. The atmosphere was charged with mystery and the promise of amazing discoveries. Deep inside the pyramid, Yamcha stumbled upon an ancient artifact that was glowing with a dim light. It was an Egyptian bracelet decorated with intricate hieroglyphs. Fascinated by her beauty and attracted by an inexplicable force, Yamcha could not resist and placed the bracelet on his wrist. The moment the bracelet touched his skin, a strange sensation enveloped Yamcha. It was not painful or threatening, but rather captivating. An ancestral connection was established between the earthly warrior and the Egyptian artifact. What Yamcha didn't know was that this artifact contained an ancient power linked to the age of gods and legends. As the light from the bracelet merged with Yamcha, an ancient presence awoke. It was the essence of an ancient god that was lying asleep inside the artifact. However, this being was neither malevolent nor benevolent. It was simply an ancestral force seeking to join a mortal existence, or at least that was what Yamcha felt at that moment. The god, by merging with Yamcha, granted him abilities and knowledge beyond his comprehension. Yamcha felt with a strength and connection to the story itself. The fusion, although puzzling at first, resulted in a unique symbiosis between the earthly warrior and the divine entity. Yamcha didn't know what the bracelet actually was.
Returning to the battle, every moment became more challenging for Goku and Vegeta and the earthly warriors. Takagami, now completely liberated, unleashed a destructive force that tested even the most powerful Saiyans. In an effort to turn the tide of the battle, Ten Shinhan and Chaos joined the fight. Both warriors, aware of the threat possessed by Takagami, threw themselves into the fray bravely. His unique skills and determination added a new dynamic to the conflict, but even with his intervention, the darkness persisted. Ten Shinhan, keep the pressure on. We cannot allow this darkness to take over our world. Ten Shinhan nodded, concentrating his energy on coordinated attacks with Goku and Vegeta. Despite their combined efforts, Takagami remained a relentless adversary. As the battle reached its peak, Goku and Vegeta, exhausted but without losing their determination, shared a look of mutual understanding. They knew they needed an extra power to face Takagami at his finest. Instantly, an idea crossed their minds of the Saiyan's fusion. Vegeta, I know it's not something you prefer, but I think it's our only option. I don't like to admit it, Kakarot, but I agree with you. If we want to stop this monster, we need all the power we can get. Both warriors assumed the necessary postures to perform the fusion dance. The energy of Goku and Vegeta intertwined in a brilliant flash, and within seconds, an entirely new warrior emerged. Gogeta in his base form, the supremely powerful fusion of the two Saiyans. It seems the occasion requires it. Now, Takagami, get ready. So you think a ridiculous fusion will be able to stand up to my power? Gogeta rushed towards Takagami with amazing speed. The matchup that followed was an unmatched display of skills. Gogeta dodged Takagami's attacks with grace, fighting back with overwhelming force. However, the darkness that enveloped the Dark God proved to be a formidable challenge. During the intense battle, Ten Shinhan and Chaos continued to bravely fight, but the price of a confrontation was already becoming apparent. Takagami, taking advantage of the distraction, launched a devastating attack that left Ten Shinhan and Chaos seriously injured. Goku and Vegeta, seeing their companions in danger, felt a surge of rage. Gogeta redoubled his efforts, attacking with renewed ferocity. However, Takagami, aware of the situation, diverted his attention to Ten Shinhan and Chaos. Feeling the despair, Saiyans. Soon this world will witness its end. Goku and Vegeta, full of rage and determination, increased their speed. They knew they needed to do something before Takagami carried out his threats. The battle reached its climax when Gogeta launched a massive attack on Takagami, seeking to break his resistance. However, the darkness surrounding Takagami intensified, revealing a surprise resistance. It was then that Ten Shinhan and Chaos, still on the ground, exchanged a determined look. They knew that whatever they had to do to give Gogeta a chance to defeat Takagami. Goku, Vegeta, you need time. I'll take care of holding this monster. I'll come with you, Ten Shinhan. Together we'll be the barrier they need. Goku and Vegeta, although reluctant to lose their friends, went at full speed to avoid what they had in mind. Don't do it, Ten Shinhan, Chaos! Ten Shinhan and Chaos stood up, ignoring the pain coursing through their bodies. With determination, they faced Takagami, resisting his attacks with all their might. Gogeta, seeing the situation, understood the magnitude of the sacrifice they were making. We cannot disappoint this sacrifice. We have to win this. While Ten Shinhan and Chaos bravely fought Takagami, Gogeta continued his assault with the intensity intact. The battle was taking place on two fronts, with the Earth Warriors sacrificing themselves to provide the necessary opening. Goku and Vegeta, as he approached, their hearts were filled with sorrow and gratitude towards Ten Shinhan and Chaos. Gogeta, with supersonic speed, approached the scene where Ten Shinhan and Chaos were bravely facing Takagami. His gaze reflected the mixture of determination and regret, knowing that the sacrifices of his teammates were the key to victory. Hold on a little longer, guys. Let's put an end to this. The Saiyan fusion advanced towards Takagami, who, upon seeing Gogeta's arrival, stopped attacking Ten Shinhan and Chaos to confront the fused warrior. The intensity of the battle reached a new level, with attacks and counterattacks echoing across the battlefield. Ten Shinhan, with his remaining strength, took advantage of that distraction to hold Takagami with all his strength, preventing him from moving freely. His face showed determination and resignation at the same time. Chaos, this is your chance! Make every second I hold this monster worth it! Chaos, next to Ten Shinhan, nodded weakly. His body showed the ravages of the battle, but his eyes were shining with all the will to do the duty. Ten Shinhan is right, Gogeta. The light will always prevail over the darkness. Remember that. Goku, Vegeta, Take care of our world. This is our last act. At that moment, Chaos accumulated an immense amount of energy to sacrifice himself. Gogeta, who was very close, were hit by the shock wave of the explosion. Gogeta, recovering from the impact, looked at the place where his companions were with solemnly. Your sacrifice will not be in vain, I promise. After what happened, Gogeta raised his head and with an uncontrollable anger increased his ki in such a way that he made the battlefield rumble, making the stones that were in the place fly, making Takagami retreat only with the gusts of air that expanded from his being. In a panning from head to toe, we managed to see Gogeta's transformation in Super Saiyan Blue Phase 4, which showed the essence of Oozaru as a kind of aura in blue color, and a more controlled but much more powerful version, a transformation never seen, since they were not able to coordinate their powers to be able to reach said transformation. As Gogeta's energy transformed into a surprising and controlled version of Super Saiyan Blue Stage 4, a brilliant blue essence of Oozaru manifested around him, revealing unparalleled potency. The cosmic landscape trembled before the magnitude of this new form. Goku and Vegeta, witness of this unique transformation, were filled with amazement and determination. It was evident that Gogeta was reaching a level of power never seen before, fusing the essence of Super Saiyan Blue with Oozaru's formidable presence flawlessly. Gogeta, in his new form, turned an intense gaze towards Takagami, whose expression of confidence was overshadowed by surprise. The battle, far from having come to an end, was just beginning in this new phase. The universe was waiting for the outcome of this epic confrontation, where light and darkness collided in a cosmic dance. The promise of a new dawn loomed on the horizon, but the price of triumph was uncertain. Gogeta floated in the sky, surrounded by the imposing energy of his new form. The stars seemed to pale before the intensity of his blue radiance, as Takagami recovered from the initial impact and adopted a defensive posture. What kind of transformation is this? This is the power of those who fight for something greater than themselves. With a flash, Gogeta disappeared, appearing in front of Takagami in the blink of an eye. The clash of their fists created shockwaves that shook the battlefield. Gogeta's speed and strength were unmatched, surpassing even Takagami's ability to anticipate his blows. Gogeta and Takagami exchanged blows and energy blasts at breakneck speed. Each impact resounded like cosmic thunder, creating an epic symphony on planet Earth. Your attempt to revive your so-called gods ends here, Takagami. But you're a bug in the face of the greatness of my power. In an instant, Gogeta unleashed a burst of concentrated energy, enveloping Takagami in a whirlwind of light and force. When the light dissipated, Takagami emerged unharmed, but with a more serious expression. Interesting, but not enough. The battle was reaching cosmic levels, with ripples of energy spreading across the far reaches of the universe. Meanwhile, the other Z warriors watched the sky, appreciating Gogeta's great power of display and Takagami's resilience and viciousness. The roar of battle echoed in every corner of the universe. Gogeta and Takagami, wrapped in an endless dance of energy, continued their titanic confrontation. Space twisted and trembled under the influence of their powers, creating distortions itself. Bursts of energy expanded like lightning, illuminating the darkness of the night sky with dazzling flashes. Each blow between the two contenders seemed to release an explosion of energy that spread in concentric waves, setting the frantic pace of the cosmic battle. Away from the battlefield, the others watched in anguish and admiration. Bulma, with a mixture of fear and hope in her eyes, clung to the hope that Gogeta would prevail. Come on, Gogeta, you must win! For all of us! Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Gogeta and Takagami continued their fierce exchange. Determination burned in Gogeta's eyes, while Takagami maintained a defiant smile, though his expression hid a growing unease. This is for the price you pay for defying the peace of the universe. With a swift movement, Gogeta vanished and reappeared behind Takagami, launching an energy-charged punch straight at his back. But Takagami, anticipating, quickly spun around and blocked the attack with the dark energy shield. Haha! Is that all you got? In response, Gogeta intensified his assault, unleashing a continuous flurry of punches and kicks. Each impact resounded like thunder. But Takagami, though outmatched in speed, resisted with his dark power, countering the attacks with deft movements. During the scuttle, Takagami took advantage of the prevalent moment of openness and opened up a launched energy bolt straight for Gogeta's chest. The resulting explosion shook the universe and Gogeta was thrown backwards, leaving a trail of blue energy. Is that all hope can do? Gogeta recovered quickly, stood up with determination. The glow of his transformation increased even more. This is far from over. The battle continued, leading them again to display an ever-increasing amount of power. In this fury, Gogeta unleashed power that defied the laws of the universe, and Takagami, despite his arrogance, began to show signs of concern. The tension was palpable. The Z Warriors felt the intensity of the confrontation, even when they were a long distance away from where the battle for the future of the planet was taking place. Piccolo was seriously watching, calculating every move and thinking at some point this battle, which was far from over, would be a favorable outcome. Piccolo, in his thoughts, Goku, Vegeta, we trust you. You must win this battle. The battle reached a new climax when Gogeta and Takagami met at an eminent point in the battle. The energy emanated from them, illuminating the vastness of the dark sky, creating a dazzling spectacle of colors and flashes. You cannot escape darkness. Darkness will never prevail over light. You're a fool if you think your light can eclipse my power. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Gogeta's mind, a familiar but distant voice. Gogeta, do not underestimate your enemy. Truth lies within strength. The transmission abruptly cut off, leaving Gogeta bewildered. Before he could reflect on it, however, Takagami lunged towards him with surprising speed, unleashing a series of punches and kicks that left Gogeta struggling to keep up. At that moment, a fleeting image flashed through Gogeta's mind. A vision of his loved ones, of his purpose, and the responsibility he carried on his shoulders. The energy of the transformation fanned, and Gogeta, with newfound determination, struck back with renewed ferocity. This is the limit of your tyranny, Takagami. The limit's up to you, Gogeta, and your limit is my power. Suddenly, the sky around him fragmented, and multiple distorted versions of Takagami emerged from the dimensional rifts, each with a malevolent grin. You cannot defeat me, Gogeta. I am eternal. I'm a god. You may be powerful, but I'm not alone in this. The battle reached a new intensity as multiple distorted incarnations of Takagami surrounded Gogeta. Each emanated a dark energy that defied the laws of the universe. The air itself seemed to vibrate with the pressure of their combined presences. At that precise moment, Goku and Vegeta's fusion had come to an end due to the amount of power they had used in order to stand up to Takagami. Goku and Vegeta, although they had returned to their individual forms after the fusion, knew that the key by defeating Takagami lay in perfect unity and coordination. Vegeta, we're in this together. Let's give all our power to be able to confront him so we can free Yamcha from this so-called god. Yes, Kakarot, this insect will not defeat us. The Z Warriors watched in amazement, aware that the fate of the universe hung in the balance. Piccolo analyzed this situation, looking for any weaknesses that could be exploited. The others prepared to act if the opportunity presented itself. Goku and Vegeta, now separated, their fusion as Gogeta, faced Takagami with determination in their eyes. The dark presence of the supposed god loomed over them, but the Saiyans were determined to free Yamcha and put an end to the threat he posed. Vegeta, we need to coordinate our attacks. We've always been stronger when we fight together. For once, I agree with you, Kakarot. This insect will pay for what he did. The two Saiyans lunged towards Takagami, attacking with a combination of punches and ki blasts. Takagami, though powerful, was momentarily overwhelmed by the timing of the two warriors. However, his sinister laugh echoed across the battlefield. Your union will change nothing. My power is unlimited. Goku and Vegeta exchanged glances, realizing that the situation was more serious than they had imagined. Takagami unleashed a wave of dark energy that sent them flying, but they quickly recovered, ready to continue the fight. The Z Warriors watched with concern. Gohan, though a bit intimidated by Takagami's power, maintained his unwavering determination. Piccolo, with his keen intelligence, pointed out a possible weakness. It seems his power is linked to some source. We must find a way to break that connection. Goten and Trunks, who had arrived along with Gohan, eager to join the battle, looked at their parents with concern. However, Piccolo stopped them.
Guys, we need a plan before we launch into battle. Your strength will be crucial at the right time.
While the Z-Warriors thought of a plan, Goku and Vegeta continued their fierce assault against Takagami. Every time it seemed they were about to defeat him, his power increased and the evil emanating from him intensified.
Ha 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 ha! Your resistance is useless. My power thrives on despair and suffering.
Then we must find a way to change that. Vegeta, we need to attack together, but with a strategy.
You're finally thinking clearly, Kakarot. Let's do it!
The two Saiyans, coordinating their movements, executed a series of synchronized attacks. Although Takagami was defending himself skillfully, he began to show signs of discomfort. The connection between his power and the external source seemed to be faltering. At that instant, Piccolo noticed the opportunity.
Now is the time. Gohan, wait for the opening we'll give you so you can attack. Goten, Trunks, follow me on my signal.
Gohan nodded, conveying a look of confidence to his friends. Goten and Trunks prepared to act on Piccolo's directions.
Everyone, let's send our energies to Goku and Vegeta. We must strengthen their connection and weaken Takagami's source of power.
The Z-Warriors gathered their energies and, with a coordinated effort, sent a stream of ki skyward. Goku and Vegeta, sensing the surge of power, seized the opportunity.
They're doing it! Come on, Vegeta!
The connection between Goku, Vegeta, and the Z-Warriors created a unique synergy. Energy flowed through them, strengthening their resolve and weakening Takagami's external source of power.
This can't be happening!
The darkness surrounding Takagami began to dissipate, due to the large amount of energy they were receiving from their friends. Piccolo, Gohan, Goten, and Trunks, observing the battle, noticed the opportunity to intervene.
Now, guys, let's go!
Goten and Trunks took flight into the sky where Goku and Vegeta were, joining the fight against Takagami. With the energy of the Z-Warriors strengthening the connection between Goku and Vegeta, the real battle was about to begin. The fusion of powers of the Saiyans between father and son created an explosion of energy that enveloped Takagami. The fight intensified, but now, with hope and determination as their allies, Goku, Vegeta, Goten, and Trunks were ready to face the Dark God and free the universe from his evil domain. The burst of energy that enveloped Takagami reverberated throughout the universe. The fusion of the powers of Goku, Vegeta, and his sons created a symphony of forces, illuminating the sky with a brilliant radiance that defied the darkness Takagami had tried to impose. Takagami, enveloped in the luminescence of the combined energy, struggled to maintain his composure. The connection between his power and the source of his power, Yamcha, was weakening with every second, and his sinister laugh began to turn into growls of frustration.
We're making progress, Vegeta!
Yes, but let's not let our guard down. It's not over.
As the Saiyans continued their coordinated offensive, Goten and Trunks and their Super Saiyan forms joined the battle. The pressure on Takagami intensified, as he now faced not only the two adult Saiyans, but also that of his sons. The coordination between them was impressive, and every move was backed by the combined strength of the Z-Warriors.
Dad! Vegeta! We're here to help! Let's show this guy that the Saiyan family is unstoppable!
The trio of Saiyans, with their different levels of expertise and abilities, formed a united front against Takagami. The battle was getting more and more intense, with bursts of energy and flurries of attacks lighting up space like a celestial spectacle. Piccolo, Gohan, Krillin, and the others channeled their energies to strengthen the connection between the Saiyans and, at the same time, searched for weaknesses in Takagami's defense.
We must keep the pressure on and look for any opportunity to unbalance Takagami.
Dad! Vegeta! Goten! Trunks! We all trust you! Let's defeat this enemy together!
In space, the synergy between the Saiyans reached its peak. Goku and Vegeta, with the energy of their sons and the Z-Warriors, fused their attacks in an amazing display of power. Takagami, despite his resistance, began to give ground.
This is not possible! I'm a god! I cannot be defeated!
The connection between his power and the external source was on the verge of collapse. The Saiyans, sensing Takagami's weakness, redoubled their efforts. Goten, Trunks, guided by Piccolo's strategy, attacked from unexpected angles, while Goku and Vegeta continued their frontal assault. Piccolo noticed a key opportunity.
Now, Gohan, it's your time!
Gohan, in his final form, ready to take advantage of the opportunity, concentrated his energy and launched himself into the confrontation. With surprising speed, he joined the fight alongside Goku, Vegeta, Goten, and Trunks. "Let's finish this, Dad!" The symphony of energy between the Z Warriors and the Saiyans reached its climax. Takagami, beset on all sides, struggled to stand, and the skies erupted in an explosion of light and darkness as the heroes joined forces to confront the Dark God. The battle reached its climax, and every move decided the fate of the universe. The Z Warriors from Earth watched with eagerness and hope, knowing that victory was within reach, but also aware that the final fight was yet to come. With the Saiyans and the Z Warriors facing Takagami in a cosmic confrontation. However, amidst the chaos of battle, a small distraction allowed Takagami to strike back with furiosity. Goten and Trunks, focused on following Piccolo's strategy, attacked from different angles. However, in a moment of minimal distraction, Takagami seized the opportunity and launched a surprise counterattack. With quick and precise movements, the Dark God managed to evade Goten and Trunks' attacks, countering them with punches and energy blasts.
Ha ha ha! Your efforts are useless, children! I'm the all-consuming darkness!
Goten and Trunks, though agile and powerful, found themselves in a precarious situation. Takagami, with his speed and cunning, left the young Saiyans struggling to keep up. "We have to protect them!" "Takagami's concentration of power is increasing. We need to regroup and find a strategy to counter his moves." Meanwhile, in the sky, Goten and Trunks, despite the setbacks, continued to fight bravely. They tried to coordinate their attacks, but Takagami's speed and cunning proved to be a formidable challenge. "Trunks, we have to stay focused!" "I know, but this guy's stronger than I imagined!" In an unexpected twist, Takagami launched a blast of dark energy that hit Goten and Trunks, leaving them badly injured. Both Saiyans fell backwards with obvious signs of exhaustion and pain. "Goten! Trunks!"
"This damned Dark God!"
The adult Saiyans intensified their assault, determined to avenge their momentary fall of their sons. Takagami, however, taking advantage of the confusion and despair that gripped the Z Warriors, rejoiced in his newly strengthened power.
"This is how the heroes of the universe give up. They may fight, but in the end, darkness will always prevail."
The result was becoming even more tense. The Z Warriors, though determined, were facing the reality that their fight was far from over. Goten and Trunks, wounded but not defeated, were struggling to recover and rejoin the battle.
"We need a new approach. Takagami's strength increases with each passing moment."
"We'll protect Goten and Trunks. We'll not let the darkness prevail." The battle, now more critical than ever, was plunging into a desperate confrontation where the survival of the universe hung in the balance. Gohan, observing the critical situation of his brother Goten and Trunks, could not contain the fury that burned within him. A flash of anger crossed his eyes, and his energy rose to levels that would leave even the most experienced Saiyans dumbfounded. He lunged towards Takagami with shocking speed, ignoring any concern for his own safety. "With this price, you'll pay for hurting my family!" His speed and furiosity impressed everyone on the battlefield. Every blow he delivered carried with it a pent-up rage of a protective brother. Takagami, though initially surprised, adapted to the intensity of Gohan's attacks.
"Do you think your anger can stop me?"
"I'm going to protect my family and the entire universe from your darkness!" The battle between Gohan and Takagami unleashed an energy storm in space. Goku and Vegeta watched in awe and fear as the conflict reached levels that defied comprehension. Despite their determination, they realized they were facing a power beyond anything they had faced before. "This kid, his power is amazing!"
"We can't let Gohan fight alone. We must support him."
As Gohan continued his relentless assault, Takagami showed a significant improvement in his defensive ability. Every blow was met with inhuman prowess. The battle reached a point where the universe itself seemed to be on the verge of collapse. The epic confrontation between Gohan and Takagami pushed the Saiyan warrior to the limit of his abilities. Despite Gohan's bravery and skill, the Dark God, with unmatched cunning and speed, found an opening in his defense. With a graceful twist, Takagami unleashed a ripping attack. a blast of dark energy that sliced through the air with a malevolent precision. Gohan, surprised by the speed and ferocity of the attack, barely had time to react. The energy wave hit Gohan full on, enveloping him in an explosion of light and darkness. The force of the impact threw Goku's eldest son backwards, causing him to stagger, desperately struggling to stay on his feet. The dark energy left its mark on Gohan's body, marking him with deep, tearing wounds. Gah! This can't be so strong! Takagami, with a sinister smile, hovered in the air, observing the result of his devastating attack. The black energy around him seemed to vibrate with satisfaction as Gohan tried to recover.
This is the power you praise so much. You're no match for me, Gohan.
Goku and Vegeta, witnessing the scene from a distance, gritted their teeth helplessly. The situation was becoming more critical with each passing moment. Goten and Trunks, still injured but recovering, were prepared to rejoin the fight.
Gohan! This damned! We can't let this continue!
Goten and Trunks, sensing the urgency of the situation, approached Gohan to help him. Despite his own injuries, determination shone in his eyes.
Brother, are you alright? Yes, but we need a new approach.
We're not going to let this guy get away with this! Meanwhile, Piccolo and the other Z Warriors were also assessing the situation, looking for any opportunity to change the course of the battle. The pressure on them was mounting, and the need to find an effective strategy was becoming more apparent.
We have to work together. Gohan, can you keep fighting?
Gohan nodded, ignoring the pain coursing through his body. His determination had not dulled, on the contrary. Takagami's imminent threat stoked it.
I can't give up, but we need a strategy, something that could surprise him.
Surprise him, you say?
As the Z Warriors immersed themselves in strategy to counter Takagami, a small distraction took over the battlefield. Goten and Trunks, aware of the need of a different approach, exchanged determined glances. Without saying a word, they assumed the familiar fusion dance stance. The other warriors, immersed in their tactics, barely noticed the sudden disappearance of Goten and Trunks as they performed the fusion. The energy around them condensed into a brilliant flash that revealed Gotenks, Super Saiyan, the powerful fusion of the two young Saiyans.
Ready to give this guy a surprise!
With impressive speed, Gotenks launched himself towards Takagami, who was momentarily startled by the new presence on the battlefield. Gotenks, with his characteristic air of self-sufficiency, began to unleash a series of swift and agile attacks, challenging the Dark God with renewed energy.
Here I come!
Takagami, however, far from being intimidated, smiled sinisterly. With a casual gesture, he deflected Gotenks' attacks as if toying with him.
Is that all you've got, you little fused insect?
Gotenks persisted, intensifying his attacks, trying to find an opening in Takagami's defense. However, the Dark God, with a graceful move, countered each blow with ease.
Come on! It can't be!
In the moment of distraction, Takagami took advantage of the situation. With impressive speed, he launched a blast of dark energy that enveloped Gotenks before he could react. The resulting explosion threw Gotenks backwards, knocking him to the ground unconscious and disfigured.
Gotenks!
This is worse than we thought.
Takagami, now more confident of his superiority, hovered in the air, glaring at the defeated warriors. Goten and Trunks, still unconscious, lay on the ground as Takagami revealed in his moment of victory.
Ha 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 ha! Is this all you offer, Z Warriors? Your desperation only increases my power.
With the outlook darkened by Gotenks' momentary defeat, attention turned to Gohan, who, badly wounded but driven by an inner strength, began to radiate intense energy. The pain in his body seemed to fuel his determination, and a wild golden glow enveloped as his ki reached never-before-seen levels. In the blink of an eye, Gohan transformed into Super Saiyan Phase 3, a form of awesome power that surprised even Takagami. Gohan's hair grew out of control, his muscles swelled, and his expression reflected a mixture of pain and fierce determination.
What is this? A new trick?
Gohan, with a wild roar, launched himself towards Takagami with shocking speed. The force of his blows and the intensity of his attacks shook the battlefield, creating a storm of energy around him. The conflict between light and darkness took on a new dimension as Gohan challenged the limits of his own power.
You're going to pay for what you've done!
Black God.